as determined by the protocol, and then the chief of protocol and the head of mission will be introduced and will enter the head banquet hall and bow to the president at the entrance. So this is just to give you an understanding of what the proceedings will be like this morning. But I think as we're going into the 6 heads of mission, it's important to give you, as the public, just a quick overview of these relationships that Namibia has formalized with the various missions here. With the Federative Republic of Brazil, Namibia and Brazil established a diplomatic relationship immediately after Namibia's independence in 1990. Relationship between the two countries date back to Namibia's liberation struggle. Namibia opened, obviously, its embassy in Brasilia in 2003. Recent engagements included the official visit of His Excellency Mauro Vieira, Brazil's Minister of Foreign Affairs, from 30th to the 31st of March this year, where he met Honorable Salma Ashipala Musavi. And just to give you the nature of the relationship, the trade is conducted under the SACU and Mercosur Preferential Trade Agreement. So it's a regional bodies that have kind of created the architecture for the trade agreement here. And most importantly, between Namibia and Brazil, the defense cooperation remains a cornerstone of relations through the 1994 Naval Cooperation Agreement. Brazilian cooperation contributed to the establishment of the Namibian Navy and Marine Corps, with over 1,500 Namibian Marines trained by Brazilian experts. So you can see in terms of trade indicators, Namibia does export a net worth of 7.3 million Namibian dollars and imports about 896.84 million dollars worth of goods from Brazil. So the total trade relationship there is around 900 million Namibian dollars, but a trade deficit of 888 million Namibian dollars. So there's obviously opportunity for trading here, and that will be the first head of mission that will continue to present their credentials here this morning at the State House. As I said, you will be welcomed by the Chief of Protocol, that is Ambassador Boni Haifuku, and then will be brought to the banquet hall where Her Excellency is awaiting the various ambassadors, along with the Minister of International Relations and Trade, in order for the signings to happen this morning. So a very key relationship there between Namibia and Brazil that needs to be fostered between the two countries. And obviously a lot of opportunity. As we know, Namibia has discovered huge reserves in the oil and gas sector, and Brazil is a huge producer. Petrobras, Brazilian state-owned company, a huge player within the oil and gas sector. And so there's opportunity there, and I think that's the question that I'll be posing to the ambassador. How does Namibia leverage of Brazil's experience, particularly in the oil and gas sector? The other the relationships that we'll be looking at is from the Dominican Republic. Interesting, the Namibia and Dominican Republic established diplomatic relations on the 7th of February 1997. Namibia's embassy in Havana, Cuba is accredited to the Dominican Republic, while the Dominican Republic's embassy in Pretoria is accredited to Namibia. The Dominican Republic is a presidential democracy similar to Namibia, which means that general elections that were held in May 2024 elected directly the president as well as the parliament. In terms of potential cooperation areas, that include tourism, fisheries, renewable energy, and entrepreneurship. I know that within the cultural and the creative industry, particularly in the film industry, there have been co-production agreements between the Dominican Republic and Namibia, where some of the productions that were catered for under those partnerships have even gone as far as winning awards globally. Some of the trade indicators for Namibians, this will be interesting as a new market. We're always speaking about issues around market access. We do not sell or trade any exports to the Dominican Republic, but they do import just over 2.5 million Namibian dollars. So there is a trade balance deficit there for Namibia of about 2.5 million Namibian dollars. But like we said, there's huge opportunity with that relationship with the Dominican Republic as well. If we move on to the other heads of missions that we'll be presenting, like we said, the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. They obviously have a cordial relationship that is based on South-to-South cooperation. Namibia is represented through its High Commission in New Delhi and an honorary consulate in Colombo. Sri Lanka is represented through its High Commission in Pretoria and an honorary consulate here in Windhoek. There is no bilateral trade agreement or investment treaty between the two countries. As we can see, this trade relationship, it starts between the trade under the WTO principles. As we hear in the video, there the national anthem of Brazil as the hoisting of the flag. Let's move over to those visuals. As you can see, as we told you earlier, the proceedings will take place where the first ambassador from Brazil has been welcomed officially by the chief of protocol, that is Ambassador Bonihai Fiku. Currently, in the current procession, the national anthem from the Federative Republic of Brazil is playing with the hoisting of the flag. Let's pay attention. The chief of protocol, that is Ambassador Bonihai Fiku, and the head of mission designate, that is Ambassador from Brazil, Mr. Pedro da Castro de Cunha Menezes, the ambassador designate of the Federal Republic of Brazil, is standing on attention during the hoisting of the flag. The official procession will move on to the banquet, where after the hoisting of the flag and the national anthem, the chief of state protocol and the head of mission will move and bow towards the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, as the proceedings continue, the President of the Republic of Namibia, accompanied by the Minister of International Relations and Trade and the Executive Directors, take their places in order for the official signing and the official introduction of the heads of mission to the President. Those of you just joining us, this is the presentation of credential ceremony of heads of diplomatic mission that's taking place here at the State House, where we expect 6 heads of mission from various countries, from the Americas to Asia, as well as the African countries that will be presenting credentials to be recognized as the official heads of mission for diplomatic relationships with the Republic of Namibia. The first head of mission from the Federative Republic of Brazil, that is head of the mission, Mr. Pedro da Castro da Cunha Menezes. They are now listened to the flag, to the national anthem, excuse me, and for the hoisting of the flag, and now they are moving officially into the banquet hall, where they will then move in and be received by the President, as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade, for the official recognition and giving of credence. As you can see, the Chief of Protocol, that is Ambassador Bonifacio, is entering with the Brazilian head of mission, currently moving into the banquet hall, where they will then be officially welcomed by the head of state. Ambassador, who is the Chief of State House Protocol, Ambassador Bonifacio, is standing by with the head of mission from the Federative Republic of Brazil, that is Ambassador Designate, Mr. Pedro da Castro da Cunha Menezes, who will then be providing credentials to the head of state, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade, Mrs. Salma Ashipala Musavi. They stand in awaiting to be officially welcomed into the banquet hall. For those of you wondering the nature of the Federative Republic of Brazil's relationship with Namibia, the countries have a long backdated relationship that goes all the way back to Namibia's liberation struggle, and that officially led to the opening of Namibia's embassy in the capital of Brazil, Brasilia, in 2003. Recently, Brazil's Minister of Foreign Affairs was welcomed by Her Honorable Salma Ashipala Musavi on an official visit here in Namibia on the 30th and the 31st of March 2026. As you saw, the proceedings, the Brazilian national anthem, as well as the flag, were hosted, and now we're officially waiting for the Chief of Staff, Chief of Protocol here at the State House, as well as the head of the Brazilian Federal Republic, moving in to the banquet hall right now. They will be welcomed by the head of state. As you can see, the Chief of State Protocol must make an announcement to Her Excellency. So you can see Her Excellency is waiting to then receive the credence and commission from the High Commissioner. As you can see, this is the banquet hall where the Chief of State Protocol is then giving an announcement to the President. And as the President then will tell us that they've accepted the credence and commission of the ambassador, they will move in, and shortly we will get the privilege of asking the High Commissioner for a brief interview.
To be here.
Thank you. Now a photo of the President.
Introduce your delegation.
I've brought with me my number 2, Councillor Diego Coleman.
Councillor, you are welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
President, the photo of the Minister, official photo with the Minister.
Sí.
No.
Yeah, he can
No.
move away. Yeah.
Now the ED joins, Foreign Affairs and State House, Executive Directors. Yeah. Family. Now is the time for the President to introduce a toast, propose a toast.
Thank you very much. To the Republic of Namibia.
Oh, thank you. So, also, Excellency, welcome to Namibia. And Namibian people, they are looking forward to you to continue strengthening the good cooperation that exists between our two countries and people. And now I propose a toast to the good health of President Bora.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Ambassador, we have a right of reply for a toast.
Your Excellency, ministers, ambassadors, on behalf of President Lula, I wish to propose a toast to the people and the country of Namibia, which is held very high in Brazilian hearts, and I promise to strengthen our relations to an even higher standard than they are now.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Now I invite the ambassador to join the President for official discussions.
Signing, whereafter he will no longer be ambassador-designate, but just the ambassador from the Federative Republic of Brazil to Namibia. A very important relationship that Namibia has established prior independence with Brazil, particularly in terms of the relationship between the navies. About 1,500 Marine Corps officers from Namibia have been trained in Brazil, and so that's actually very key for our national security, being a country that has a whole coastline. Ensure that that is safeguarded. Obviously, the other opportunities in terms of this relationship, in terms of trade, in the recently discovered reserves in terms of the oil and gas sector, Brazil is a key player. It's a state-owned oil company, key in one of the majors throughout the world, and so a lot of the expertise in terms of technology transfer but also skills transfer would be a very important area of interest for Namibia as it goes towards consolidating a comprehensive approach towards our energy sector as well. So I think those are key areas, and as the signing takes place and the ambassador after the signing will come out, head out for a picture and then come for a brief interview. Those very brief interview we'll be having, I think, besides his excitement for being an ambassador in Namibia, we'll also ask what are the key areas of prioritization between these two relationships. So it's very fruitful that the credence and the credentials from the heads of mission are being acknowledged, so that these diplomatic relationships that have been established do continue, particularly between the people of the Federative Republic of Brazil and the people of Namibia. This is when we say government is there to enable and foster an enabling environment, it starts with these type of official proceedings as well. Hereafter, we'll have 5 different heads of mission coming through to be accredited here by the head of state, and thereafter we will then obviously be moving towards ambassadors and relationships that are formalized between the International Relations and Trade Department and the various embassies here, but also Namibian embassies abroad. That's the entire purpose of this morning. This is the official proceeding coming to you live from the State House, and the signing is taking place in the banquet hall here at the State House, with the head of state as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade, the custodian for ensuring that these bilateral relationships are fostered in the interest of the 2 countries. For those of you wondering what the nature of the net trade deficit is for Namibia between Brazil, that's the magic number of 888 million Namibian dollars currently a trade deficit, and I think there are areas of opportunity for cooperation between the 2 countries to ensure that Namibians are able to position themselves, whether it's from the private sector as well as public sector, whether it's state-owned enterprises, can foster these relationships. As you can see, Namibia is being represented by the Chief of State House Protocol, Ambassador Bonihae Fiku. An ambassador is then obviously signing with the head of state and the Minister of International Relations to ensure that the official recognition is taking place here, and the ambassadors are officially commissioned to continue their work here as the excellencies representing the various states, and ensuring that there is a fruitful relationship between Namibia and these countries when it comes to diplomacy, and ensuring that, given the geopolitical nature of the world that's shifting, but also given what's happening in terms of south to south relationships, as we know, the Federal Republic of Brazil is a key player when it comes to the BRICS nations in terms of formulating a system that they're saying would work better when it comes to, for instance, debt, the institutions when it comes to monetary policy. And so a very key relationship here this morning, with the recognition of credence and the commissioning of the relationship between the continued relationship between the Federative Republic of Brazil and the Republic of Namibia. Of credence and commissioning of the various heads of state, we have started the ceremony with the first signing, that is between the Minister of International Relations and Trade, Her Honorable Selma Ashipala Msavi, who's been signing on behalf of the Republic of Namibia. We have 5 other heads of mission, and just for further information, the embassy of the Federal Republic of Brazil is stationed here in Windhoek, where some of the other countries, for instance, as we'll be going through this morning, the other states are being positioned or are represented from the missions in Pretoria, South Africa. And so we will then see if we get to ask the ambassador what areas will he prioritize when it comes to this diplomatic relationship with Namibia. In the banquet hall right now, we can see the head of state as well as the minister engaging the ambassador, being obviously led through this entire procession with the Chief of Protocol, Ambassador Bonihae Fiku, and they'll carry us on further. We're waiting for the next head of mission after our interview, which will be from the Dominican Republic. And as you saw with the former interview that was happening, or the former proceedings that were happening, there is a welcoming from the Chief of Protocol, and then the hoisting of the national flag while there is a proceeding with the national anthem of that various state, and the head of mission then being brought in to the banquet hall, and then that ensuring that there is an engagement with the head of state. And you know, that is exactly why we can't determine how long these proceedings take, based on the historical relationship between the 2 countries. The head chief of staff then announces with the head of state the name of the ambassador-designate. As we saw the signing taking place. There will be an opportunity to take a picture with the head of state as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade. And from there, NBC here will get a brief interview with the ambassador-designate. And like I keep on reiterating, what we really want to find out is the areas of priority for the ambassador during his time as the designate from the Brazil. Like we said, we also have an embassy in the capital of Brazil, that is Brasilia, that was established in 2003. And obviously this indicates the strong relationship that the two countries have. And for those Namibians that want to travel to Brazil, it's one of those few countries that you don't have the headache of having to get a visa. We know that Brazil follows a reciprocal visa policy, and so obviously Brazilians that are out there that want to come to Namibia obviously will travel visa-free as well. So those are some of the benefits that happen, but I think the biggest one when it comes to national and issues of national security is the relationship that has been established between our naval forces, with a lot of the military training taking place in Brazil, with over 1,500 naval officers that have been trained since 1997. That's the official formalization of a relationship between Namibia and Brazil. So a key fundamental relationship when it comes to diplomacy and international relations, between Namibia and Brazil. And obviously, as we move on, the key area of interest that will be for Namibia and Brazil will be Namibia's discovery in the oil and gas sector. We know that there was a relationship prior. Maybe the Brazilians were a little premature when they had shown interest previously in trying to get some of the interests here in the Namibian oil sector. So I think very important relationship. Sometimes as citizens, this is where the relationships are formalized and made easier if you are private sector individuals that want to formalize a relationship with Brazilian companies. It is this type of venture where ambassadors are commissioned and they're acknowledged as the official representatives in the countries that then look at the various kind of interest that the countries can formulate. Like we said, there is a trade deficit of about 888 million Namibian dollars between the two countries. The various areas when it comes to trade, we know that it's not just the oil and gas sector that's important, and not just the relationship that's been established between the naval cooperation, but also Namibia imports quite significant amounts of poultry and other kind of semiconductors from Brazil as well. So we are awaiting a brief interview with the ambassador designate after obviously the signing as ambassador, where we get to ask the critical questions of the priority areas. And as I was just saying here, the nature of the relationship between Namibia and Brazil, as I'm reading here, has been very important. And we've then switched over there back into the banquet hall, where you can see obviously the executive director within the office of the president, Mr. Herze, engaging with the chief of protocol there as well. We are waiting for a brief interview with the ambassador. The signing has taken place, and then we'll move on with the other heads of mission. As you can see, they will be proceeding out of the banquet hall right here onto our set for an interview. As you can see from the State House, we're bringing you live the presentation of credential ceremony of heads of diplomatic mission, and they're signing the continued relationship agreement between Namibia and the Federal Republic of Brazil is Mr. Pedro da Castro, Da Cunha Menezes, the ambassador-designate from the Federal Republic of Brazil. The signatories from the ambassador-designate is happening currently here live from the State House, and Mr. Menezes is ensuring that the relationship that has started prior to Namibia's independence is continued and continues to benefit or serve in the interest of both nation states. There you go. We just witnessed the signing by the ambassador, who will be joining us soon for a brief interview here to give us an understanding of why this relationship between the Federal Republic of Brazil is key for both countries. We are just awaiting ambassador. Ambassador from the Federal Republic of Brazil, thank you very much for this brief interview. Maybe you can just quickly tell us why this relationship is so important for the Federal Republic of Brazil to Namibia, as you've been newly appointed as the ambassador to the Republic of Namibia.
Good morning to you, good morning to all Namibians. Brazil and Namibia have a relationship that goes well before independence. Brazil was always a stalwart supporter of SWAPO and the struggle for independence. Africa for us is a high priority. As you know, Brazil is a country that has a very strong African matrix. We have more people of that African ethnicity than any African country except Nigeria. So we have a proud African heritage, and we believe firmly that we have to give back to the continent that have formed the Brazilian nationality. Our relationship is very strong, is based on a very fruitful cooperation in many fields, agriculture, also in the formation of the Namibian Defense Forces, and in other fields, especially in cooperation within the United Nations. For the future, we are planning to strengthen our cooperation in the offshore oil and gas sector.
That was going to be my next question. What are going to be your priority areas as the ambassador?
We have a very strong experience in offshore oil drilling and all the associated services, especially in the preparation of the cities and towns to receive the influx of workers that are going to come in such a way that oil doesn't become a curse. So we have to prepare to have just offered the President of Namibia cooperation in that field, as well into sports and of course football. Brazil is made of football. We have a ball in our heads, and as well in other fields. We know the President was Minister of the Environment, so President Lula has instructed me to also strengthen cooperation in the fields of national parks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador.
thank you. I'm sure I'm going to have a very fruitful tenure, and personally, that me and my family are going to be very happy in your beautiful country. Thank you very much. I've seen that already.
And the Federal Republic of Brazil, but also the future, particularly when it comes to the offshore sector. So Namibia, there's a lot to look forward to when the ambassadors come here. Beyond that, and also talking about the various opportunities in trade when it comes to the environment and all else. So contact the embassies if you're a private sector and see what opportunities exist when you want to get into the value chains, when you're talking about issues around local content, joint ventures. I think Brazil gives an unique opportunity towards Namibia. Well, as these two countries, Namibia and the Dominican Republic, established diplomatic relations on the 7th of February 1997. Namibia's embassy in Havana, Cuba, is accredited to the apologize, we're having a slight technical challenge there, but as you can see, the forces are ready to hoist the flag of the head of mission, as well as sing or the presentation of the national anthem from the respective country. And in this instance, it will be from the Dominican Republic, where we are expecting the ambassador-designate to then obviously come through to the banquet hall, where the head of state, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, along with the Minister of International Relations and Trade, are awaiting the presentation of the credentials from the ambassador-designate from the Republic, from the Dominican Republic, and that is Ms. Erica Alvarez Rodriguez, ambassador-designate. And it's very interesting that there is a trade deficit between the Dominican Republic and Namibia of about 2.5 million Namibian dollars. So there is a starting emerging relationship when it comes to the economic side of things. But I think a huge opportunity when it comes to particularly the tourism sector, the culture and the creative industries. These are sectors that are also priority areas under the current NTP6 and the current 8th administration's priority areas. And so I think these are key relationships. Sometimes we want to know how do they become tangible for the people, and it is through the formal recognition of these proceedings, and thereafter that trade can then be obviously ensured for the various sectors, civil society, private sector, but also state-to-state relations. That's very important. And so we will be awaiting the hoisting of the flag from the Dominican Republic, as well as the national anthem, and we'll join you soon after that. Those are the visuals coming to you of the banquet hall. As you know, the chief of protocol from the State House, Ambassador Bonaifiku, is escorting Miss Erica Alvarez Rodriguez, ambassador-designate of the Dominican Republic, from the proceedings outside into the banquet hall, where he'll make an announcement of the arrival of the ambassador-designate to the head of state, as well as the Minister of International Trade, National Relations and Trade, and ensure that the signing takes place, whereafter we'll have a short interview with the ambassador. Now, Namibia, as we've just been saying, as embassy in Havana, Cuba, is concurrently accredited to the Dominican Republic, while the embassy of the Dominican Republic in Pretoria, South Africa, is concurrently accredited to Namibia. And the Dominican Republic is, for those of us wondering what's the nature of the state, it's a multi-party unitary state with a presidential system. The president is directly elected by the people and serves as the head of state and head of government. This is comparable to Namibia's democratic system, where the president is also directly elected. The most recent general elections in the Dominican Republic took place in May 2024, and therefore the incoming ambassador is here to expand on the existing relationship between the Dominican Republic and Namibia that started on the 7th of February 1997. And so it's interesting to see that it's a continued relationship, and one with a trade deficit where not a single Namibian company or private sector entrepreneur is exporting any good service product to the Dominican Republic. So the trading relationship is skewed a little bit in favor of the Dominican Republic, where in 2024 it was recorded that there was about a 2.5 million trade deficit. As we are awaiting Ambassador Haifiku, who is the chief of State House Protocol, to make their way into the banquet hall, where they will be announcing the arrival of Miss Erica Alvarez Rodriguez as the ambassador designate to Namibia from the Dominican Republic. So we are awaiting their arrival into the banquet hall. That is ambassador and the ambassador designate from the Dominican Republic making their way into the banquet hall.
Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, I have the honor to present Erica Alvarez Rodriguez as ambassador-designate of the Dominican Republic to present the letter of recall of our predecessor and her letter of credence.
Your Excellency, allow me to present the letter of credence accrediting me Ambassador of the Dominican Republic to the Republic of Namibia. It's a highly honor to be the first ambassador accredited in your country.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Ambassador.
My pleasure.
Our Minister.
Minister, nice to see you again. Thank you so much.
Introduce your delegation.
Yes, this is my first secretary, Pedro Gomez.
You are welcome. You are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Join
Yes.
me.
Now,
Photo.
I invite the head of mission to take the official photo with the president.
Thank you.
I invite the Honorable Minister to join the official photo. I invite the two EDs, executive, to join the official photo. And the official.
So you are welcome.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's a highly honor to be here today.
Thank you.
Can we
So you
have
are
a refreshment?
Yes, yes.
Refreshment, toast.
Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, Ambassador, welcome to Namibia. We are glad to receive you, being the first ambassador to be accredited to our country to represent the Dominican Republic, and we are looking forward for you to strengthen the cooperation between the two countries. I now propose a toast to the long-lasting cooperation between our two countries and the people, and to the health of the President of the Dominican Republic.
Thank you. It's a highly honor.
Ambassador, you have a right.
Yes, yes. As I said before, Your Excellency, it's a highly honor to be the first ambassador accredited in your country, and you can count. I'm going to work close to your authorities to strengthen our relationship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Minister. Thank you.
Now I have the honor to invite the head of mission to join the president for
Pedro.
discussion.
Yes. Thank you. You first.
There you saw a cordial relationship being developed by the incoming ambassador-designate from the Dominican Republic with the head of state, and them toasting to the fact that the first designated ambassador from the Dominican Republic has been placed in Namibia, which I think elevates the seriousness in terms of how they really want to and make sure that there's a mutually beneficial relationship, particularly when it comes to aspects of trade. Namibia and Dominican Republic are very interesting. they both happen to be small states playing within a ever-evolving global geopolitical landscape. And so it'll be very interesting to see from the various sectors that have been established when it comes to this nature of this relationship. It moves across the current sectors of tourism, fisheries, renewable energy, SME development, key areas. And obviously, if we're looking at the Namibia and Dominican Republic have enjoyed friendly diplomatic relations, although economic engagement remains limited, as we have stated. Namibia exports to Dominican Republic no goods in the current to 2025 NSA data, but Dominican Republic was able to Namibia imports of 2.78 million, and so there is a trade deficit there. In terms of the current trade deficits, these are limited, but obviously this is the reason why the presentation of credentials provides an opportunity to further strengthen diplomatic engagement and explore practical areas of cooperation. So, as we said, Namibia is a country that is able to explore areas in fisheries, in energy sector, renewable energy particularly, and improve its trade position with countries that are not the traditional trading partners. Obviously, Dominican Republic being a place where Namibian private sector can find new opportunities, and the same for some of the opportunities for business people from the Dominican Republic. In terms of the proceedings, this is the second head of mission that is just presenting the credentials to the head of state, whereafter, as right now there's discussions taking place between the head of state and the incoming ambassador-designate. After that, there will be a signing from the ambassador-designate where they will officially become the ambassador from the country, Dominican Republic, to Namibia. And here at the NBC, we will have the privilege to speak to the incoming ambassador. Obviously, what interests us this morning is what the priority areas are going to be when it comes to trade between the two countries. We know that the embassy in Havana, Cuba is the one that is designated to represent Namibia within the region, and the ambassador, let's just get her name correct, Ms. Erica Alvarez Rodriguez, will be stationed at the embassy in Pretoria, that is in South Africa, but will obviously she brought along her first secretary as well, and so we can see where the areas of priority will be for them. Currently, they are engaging the head of state, I think, in terms of what the way forward will be after the credentials and the commissioning of this credence has been given to the appropriate ambassador-designate, and from there we will then be focusing on the actual work that will be done through the International Relations and Trade Ministry. Therefore, you could see the minister there as well in the photo op, as well with the two executive directors that will then obviously be nurturing this relationship to ensure that it does not just continue to be, but continues to be fruitful for the people from these two countries. As you know, we will be awaiting 4 other heads of mission. We formally started with the ambassador. Well, he was ambassador designate, but now he's the ambassador from the Federative Republic of Brazil. That was Ambassador Pedro da Castro da Cunha Menezes, and he spoke to us about the historical relationship between the two countries, and more importantly, how Namibia and Brazil need to prioritize the oil and gas sector, as Brazil has huge technical as well as human resource capacities within that sector, and so that'll be a key area of interest. So it'll be very interesting to hear what the incoming ambassador from the Dominican Republic will have to say about this relationship, this diplomatic relationship that was started in 1997 between the two countries, but is now officially being elevated with the appointment of the ambassador-designate to Namibia. They are currently discussing with the head of state. Thereafter, there will be a signing of the ambassador designate, where she will be officially recognized as the ambassador. And here we will then get to interview her and ask what are the key priority areas in terms of these two small states that are fostering such a key relationship at a time where geopolitical landscapes are shifting globally, and formalizing such meaningful relationships between countries like the Dominican Republic and Namibia are fundamental towards us achieving issues. For instance, when it comes to the National Development Plan and Vision 2030, when we're speaking about accessing new markets, not just particularly in trade, but within people coming to exchange, tell stories. There is obviously record of creatives from the Dominican Republic and those from Namibia doing co-productions as well. So that might be a key area of interest. As we know, the current 8th administration has prioritized the culture and the creative industries as a focus area under the NTP6. And so we will be asking, what is it that the two countries can leverage when it comes to the resources to ensure that the government is able to enable an environment where, whether it's private sector, civil society, can formalize relationships that directly benefit the people of these two countries. Thereafter, we have four more ambassadors that will be providing their credentials to the head of state. Just to give you a recap, after the Dominican Republic, we will be joined by the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, the High Commissioner designate there, who is Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, who will then be joining us, followed by the ambassador designate from the Kingdom of Denmark. That will be Ms. Karin Poulsen. And then we will have the ambassador designate from the Republic of Chad, Mr. Abdel Karim Ahmedai Bakit, who will then obviously ending the day off with the Kingdom of Sweden, where ambassador designate Anna Karin Erneström will be joining us. So 6 heads of mission will be accredited this morning, providing their credentials to our head of state, who is joined by our Minister of International Relations and Trade as well, to ensure that the relationships that start today end up being meaningful for the people. For those of you just joining us, we are coming to you live from the State House here in the capital, that is Windhoek, and the head of state is currently engaging the ambassador designate from the Dominican Republic, Ms. Erika Alvarez Rodriguez, who's been the first ambassador that's then been now given commissioning to by the head of state. Thereafter, she will be signing her official accreditation here in the country, and then we get to do a brief interview to find out what the areas of priority will be for the ambassador designate from the Dominican Republic during her time in Namibia, and formalizing this relationship and making sure that it is fruitful for the people from both states. So we are awaiting the official signing from the ambassador designate. Like I was saying, for those of you who are joining us, the embassies, for those of you who want to formally engage the people of the Dominican Republic, the embassy is in Pretoria, South Africa, and our ambassador to Cuba, that is in Havana, is the one that is accredited to represent us in the Dominican Republic. As you can see, Ms. Erika Alvarez Rodriguez, the ambassador designate, is moved onto the table, ready for the signing to be officially accredited as the ambassador to the Republic of Namibia. Namibia, we are sitting now with Miss Erica Alvarez Rodriguez, ambassador from the Dominican Republic to the Republic of Namibia. Welcome. How does it feel to be the first ambassador to get the credence or commission by the head of state?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for the question. I am very honored to be the first ambassador of the Dominican Republic to the Republic of Namibia. That marks a new chapter in our historic chapter in our bilateral relationship.
So now that we've established the relationship, what are the key priority areas that you'll be focusing on to strengthen this already existing relationship?
Yes, the first one will be strengthening the relation through the dialogue and identify the key priority, for the benefit of both country and both people. We are talking with the President about the Sun Initiative in the tourist sector, as my country is a leader in the tourism in the Caribbean. And we are ready to work with your people and identify other initiatives that can benefit our country in the framework of the South-South cooperation.
Okay. We know that, for instance, our president has prioritized the culture and the creative industries, and Dominican Republic produces about 80 movies compared to about 20 in Namibia. What can you guys teach us, or how can we do co-productions that are really meaningful to the people of both Namibia and Dominican Republic?
Yes, thank you so much. Now you give me a new key priority that I'm going to add it to my agenda, because yes, as you said, my country also have developed a very good cinematography industry in the Caribbean and the Latin America. Mm-hmm. Yes, I take note of your element and going to also add it to my agenda.
What's your message to the Namibian people?
Yes, the first message maybe will be congratulate you for your gender policy and gender policy, equality gender policy, and women empowerment. You have a great leader. For me also, it's a great pleasure presenting my credential for the first time to a women, and continue to working together as a people, and all the success for your people and your country. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Well, there you have it, Namibia. That is the incoming ambassador from the Dominican Republic. That is Ms. Erica Alvarez Rodriguez, and she has key priority areas within the tourism sector. But obviously, we were able to squeeze on the culture and the creative industries because there have been co-production agreements between the two countries. So new opportunities for all of us out there. This is presentations of credentials of the new heads of mission here at the State House. And next, we will be welcoming the High Commissioner Designate of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. And as you can see the proceedings this morning, the Chief of Protocol will go outside and welcome the Ambassador Designate that has been brought this morning, picked up from the residence or from the hotel, and brought by two bikers to the State House, where the NDF band is ready to hoist the flag of the country as well as present the national anthem. And thereafter, obviously, the Chief of Staff, Ambassador Boni Haifuku, will be bringing in the High Commissioner Designate, and that will be Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, who is retired from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. That will be coming here. Again, this embassy is also obviously also based in Pretoria, South Africa. And our High Commissioner in New Delhi, that's in India, is designated to deal with the diplomatic relationship with Sri Lanka. Now, Namibia and Sri Lanka maintain friendly diplomatic relations based on mutual respect, South-South cooperation, and shared engagement within multilateral institutions. Namibia is represented in Sri Lanka through its High Commission in New Delhi, like I just said, and Sri Lanka is represented through its High Commission in Pretoria here. The relationship between Namibia and Sri Lanka is shaped by cooperation within the United Nations, the Commonwealth, and the non-aligned movement. Both countries share an interest in sustainable development, poverty reduction, international peace, and economic cooperation among developing nations. Now, economic engagement remains limited, but there is scope for expansion. There's currently no formal bilateral investment treaty or free trade agreements between Namibia and Sri Lanka. Trade is therefore guided by general World Trade Organization (WTA) frameworks and are applicable within the context of the most favored nation principles. So in Namibia, there are potential areas of cooperation, including manufacturing, value addition, apparel and textiles, agricultural machinery, education and training, fisheries, maritime services, logistics, diamond cutting and polishing, and mining related services. Sri Lankan businesses have previously expressed interest in Namibia as a gateway to the Southern African Development Community, to the SADC market that provides about 500 million people, and Namibia's strategic location, deep sea port infrastructure, mineral resources, and stable governance environment make it a potential entry point for broader regional trade and investment. So there is the third head of mission that is going to be accredited this morning by our head of state. Sri Lanka will be arriving, will be welcomed by the chief of staff, that is Ambassador Boniai Fiku, and then will be brought into the banquet, whereafter there will be a toast with the head of state and a picture taken with the two teams that is comprised of the head of state as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade, the two executive directors, as well as if there are members from the visiting delegation. We'll be taking a picture, and the president gets to engage the incoming ambassador or high commissioner privately, whereafter there will be a signing process. As you can see, the Namibian Defense Forces are ready for the hoisting of the flag and the national anthem of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. As you can see, there was the proceedings where the hoisting of the Sri Lankan flag, that is the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. The flag was hoisted as well as the national anthem that was played there by the band from the Namibian Defense Forces. What will be happening is that the Chief of Protocol, as you've been seeing, that is Ambassador Bonihae Fiku, has welcomed the incoming High Commissioner Designate of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, that is Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, who obviously is on his way now towards the banquet hall where they will be officially presenting his credentials to the head of state, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, along with the Minister of International Relations and Trade. They will then be joined by the executive directors for a toast and a picture moment whereafter the incoming High Commissioner will then be discussing with the head of president what the way forward would be in terms of the nature of the relationship between the two countries. A limited trade agreement between the two states, and so there's huge opportunities in terms of the bilateral agreement between the two countries. After the short discussion with the head of state, there will be an official signing of the High Commissioner, and then thereafter we will do a short interview here. So please do stay with us. As you can see, the Chief of Protocol here at the State House, Ambassador Bonihae Fiku, is coming in with the High Commissioner Designate, Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, and they are on their way into the banquet where the head of state as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade are awaiting the presentation of the credence from the incoming High Commissioner from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka.
Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, I have the honor to introduce Air Chief Marshal Udeni Rajapaksa, the High Commissioner Designate of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka.
Your Excellency, I have the honor to present to you the letters of recall of my predecessor and my own letters of credence by which His Excellency Anura Kumar Disanayaka, President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, accredits me as the High Commissioner Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Namibia.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Yes. Our Minister of International Relations.
Thank you very much.
The High Commission, can you introduce your staff?
Your Excellency, now may I have the privilege of introducing my second secretary of the mission, Ms. Kaumudi Vijay Singh.
You are welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, you can shake hands there.
And Honorary Consul of Sri Lanka to the Republic of Namibia, Mr. Saki.
Saki, Pomuli. But now Sri Lanka, I know you. Okay.
Thank you.
Could you join me here for a photo?
Yeah.
And we have the minister. The two EDs. The whole members of the staff, you're also joining. Oh, sorry.
So,
Yeah.
High Commissioner,
Yes.
you are welcome.
Thank you so much.
Is it
I
your first
invite-
visit to Namibia?
Invite
My first visit.
the president to propose a toast.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, High Commissioner, welcome to Namibia. And we have no doubt that you will continue to strengthen the long-standing cooperation between Namibia and the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka that came long back, days of our struggle, which is still growing. I therefore propose a toast to the good cooperation between our two countries and to the good health of the President of Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
I invited the head of mission to respond to the toast.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I bring warm greetings from His Excellency the President of Sri Lanka, the government, and the people of Sri Lanka. We extend our gratitude and sincere best wishes for continued peace, prosperity, and progress of the people of Namibia, the government, and Your Excellency. And also let me take this privilege once again to wish all the very best for many years to come between our relationships. And I here express my firm assurance that I will put my maximum effort to strengthen the bilateral cooperation, friendship, and bond between our countries for many years to come. All the very best and good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I now invite the head of mission, the High Commissioner, to join the President for official
Honorable Consul.
discussions. Yeah. Yes, come.
Well, there you have it. That was Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, who is a retired Air Marshal from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, telling the President he's been given the credentials and been commissioned to be the official High Commissioner from Sri Lanka to Namibia. As you heard the President saying during the toast, this relationship stems many years, even before Namibia became an independent country, particularly during the struggle. If you know much about the non-aligned movement, it was to ensure that countries like Namibia worked collaboratively, globally together as a solidarity movement to ensure the self-determination of people who had been suffering under colonial and Namibia, particularly under the apartheid regime. So those relationships obviously very important, as international solidarity is part of the key pillars that have led to the independence of our country, ensuring that the people of the world have a platform to come together, whether it's under the United Nations or under the Commonwealth regime. And for those of you at home wondering why the designations are different, generally when we hear from Commonwealth countries, they will have the designation of High Commissioner, and that's obviously what the basis is that determines that there is an existing relationship under the Commonwealth statutes between the two countries. In terms of proceedings, what's been happening is, as the ambassador designates, or the High Commissioner designate in this instance, has been accredited by the President, they have an opportunity now to get into brief bilateral discussions with the Head of State and the Minister of International Relations. I think it's particularly important, particularly when it comes to the High Commissioner here, as he will not be here on a day-to-day basis, as the embassy is based in Pretoria, South Africa. And so I think this is then planting the seed for this new relationship with the new High Commissioner with Namibia, and I think setting the architecture for a strengthened relationship between the two countries. Sri Lanka, very dynamic country. As you can hear, it is a democratic socialist country, and so this idea of the state playing a key pivotal role in how resources are allocated within that state is very important. Namibia being a very mixed model, both deploying socialist as well as capitalism principles, by saying that we're allowed to do both. So I think it's interesting to see how you can work, whether it's from a state-to-state level or to private sector, civil society. Important to honor these relationships that start here at a very high level. And I think a lot of the questions that people ask is, how do we turn this into tangible relationships? And so in the current context of trade, there's very limited trade that's happening between Sri Lanka and Namibia. So there's obviously huge opportunities for engagement after this official proceedings from the heads of mission. It's imperative that we understand the profiles of the various countries and see where do those opportunities lie. As you have noticed, with the two former heads of mission that have come into the banquet hall, that have met the head of state, they've then gone into these private discussions that are very brief, but thereafter they'll be coming out and signing their official presence within the country. Thereafter we'll get a short brief interview. As you know, we have 6 heads of mission that will be presenting their credentials this morning. This is the 3rd head of mission, that is High Commissioner Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, who will be representing the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. And we have shared information prior to the arrival, as we were waiting, the hoisting of the flag from Sri Lanka. Very dynamic flag, very colorful, I think very interesting in representing the people of that country and how they must be proud of their culture, which is then obviously well articulated on the flag that we saw being hoisted, as well as the NDF forces there this morning, bringing to us the national anthem. And it's always interesting to me to hear all of these various national anthems, obviously to hear how the state represents itself, not just internally, but to the world. The compositions of these songs are very important, and for our defense forces to so proudly learn these various national anthems, and to make sure that that these countries' anthems are presented in obviously in a very dignified manner as well. And so the defense force is doing a great job of learning all of these national anthems, and for accrediting them in the way that the proceedings at a diplomatic level must take place. So we heard that, we heard the national anthem, and we saw the hoisting of the flag, and then obviously the president doing a toast as well. But Namibia and Sri Lanka have maintained friendly diplomatic relations based on mutual respect, and I think the big important part is South-to-South cooperation. For many countries, particularly countries that were colonized after the 1884 Berlin Conference, you can tell that most of our relationships have been developed north-south, and you can see this reflected also in the trade kind of protocol that's followed. And therefore, it is the hope, as the geopolitical landscape of the world is being redefined by relationships between countries in the global north and global south, that we're able to strengthen south-to-south relationships, particularly in honor of strengthening the livelihoods of the people that are coming from here. We know, obviously, Namibia, the 8th administration, has really prioritized addressing the issue of inequality in the country, ensuring that we prioritize the demographic dividend on the continent of young people by reducing issues of youth unemployment. We know that that rate stands at around 44.4%. And so it's the hope that even if we speak about that some of the bilateral relations that are formed are able to address some of those core issues of opportunities that exist beyond Namibia for Namibians as well. There might be opportunities for the private sector in the space of joint ventures that can take place as well. So huge opportunities that are existing. So as we know, economic engagement remains limited, but there is scope for expansion for both of these. And there you can see the flags that have obviously been inaugurated this morning, from the Sri Lankan flag that has been hoisted to the Dominican Republic as well as the Federal Republic of Brazil. Those have been the three that have obviously been accredited this morning. Currently, the Sri Lankan High Commissioner is busy engaging the head of state, where after a signing protocol will be taking place, and we will then have 3 more heads of mission that will be inaugurated, or will be accredited rather, this morning. The ones that will still coming for credence from the head of state will be from the Kingdom of Denmark, and then we'll be joined thereafter from the Republic of Chad, as well as the Kingdom of Sweden. Those are the 3 remaining. We have 6 heads of mission that are being accredited by our head of state. Very important for diplomatic relations, particularly at the various levels, whether it's bilateral or multilateral agreements. If we want to put, what we say, fuel to the fire of these relationships, to make them meaningful for the heads of state, they are imperative that our head of state is able to meet the counterparts that are sent by their heads of state to represent their countries and their interests within this country. And beyond so, it's important that, well, as we were saying, the South-to-South relationships are made to be more meaningful at a time where there's huge shifts happening throughout the world. We are awaiting the High Commissioner, Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, to come out of the engagements with the head of state, and then officially sign the designation here in the Republic of Namibia. And then, as you've seen this morning, the Chief of Protocol, that is Ambassador Boni Haufiku, will then move on with the mission of the proceedings this morning and continue to welcome the heads of mission to Namibia. We are standing by for the High Commissioner to move along and then sign, and then we'll have the opportunity to then interview him here, a brief interview. And as you've seen this morning, we spoke to the ambassador from the Federal Republic of Brazil, spoke about, again, the historic relationship that's significant with Namibia, but again, the possibilities that lie particularly in Namibia's new offshore ventures. As you've been reading the news, Namibia has reserves that they have found in the oil and gas sector, and are currently within the upstream unit, are looking at how does Namibia maximize a net benefit when we're looking at the offshore sector, issues around subsea operations, when it comes to various technical skills required for FPSOs that will then be entering the country. We're looking at issues around industrial training and building the skills of Namibians. We know there's issues around capital outflight if there's not enough locals that are employed within the sector. So can Brazil be a leverage point for Namibia when it comes to the sector, particularly towards our industrialization? President's been speaking about refineries as well. Brazil has obviously expanded the value chain down to refineries. So that's a key, I think, important relationship, particularly given where Brazil is obviously within the BRICS nations as well, and where they have positioned the interest of the emerging countries like Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and how they're going to leverage and position those markets as well. So that was a key important relationship before we moved on to the Dominican Republic with its first ambassador female. She was really intrigued by the idea of being an ambassador, a female ambassador, but also meeting a female president and saying that that's inspirational for her. It is the first female president that she has presented her credentials to. So history being made as we move on with the proceedings this morning. We will be ready to welcome the High Commissioner. As you can see on our visuals this morning, he is doing the signing. And from there, we will be welcoming him for a brief interview here on NBC, where we will ask what the priority areas of this particular relationship with the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka is going to be. That is Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, who is signing his official accreditation as the High Commissioner to Namibia. As we know, the embassy is stationed in Pretoria, South Africa, and they will be doing work here in Namibia as well. So we'll be waiting this interview. Commissioner from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Tell us, what's your message to the Namibian people, particularly when it comes to areas where we can strengthen the existing relationship? We heard the President speak about how it's a historical relationship. So what areas can we strengthen the relationship in?
First of all, good morning and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It's my first visit to Namibia. I have heard a lot about Namibia, but I see a huge potential for growth in Namibia. So if I start with the historical component, even before the independence struggle, we were together with the Namibian people, the people of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. We supported your efforts. And we started long before, in 1999, we started our democratic diplomatic relations. So I think Namibia has politically reached very high milestone, but yet to reach such kind of high milestone in economic grounds. So similarly in Sri Lanka, so we have so many things in common. We share so many things, like we multilateral organizations we share in G77 and also in even UN, and we are also have taken observer status in African Union. So we have a very close relationship, and I think economically, mainly through economic grounds, we can do a lot together, because I can see a huge potential. The land mass that you have with a very, I should say, comparatively low population, and you have a huge area to develop through economically. We, of course, already had discussions with, series of discussions with different organizations here, like especially the Chamber of Commerce. So we have already made arrangements to have people to meet people and B2B connections, so that I hope, especially through the rubber industry and maybe through textile industry, and especially the Sri Lanka is coming up a lot with the IT industry. They will have a huge potential for us to cooperate in those areas. Thank you very much.
Just in closing, you know, there's a changing global geopolitical context throughout the world. Why has it become more imperative for South-South cooperation? You know, sometimes we always want to look to Global North for cooperation and partnerships. Currently, why are South-to-South cooperations important for the future of our cooperation?
Because nowadays the enemy is different. Enemy does not come with the weapons that you see to your eyes. Sometimes it is the economic strength that you have to maintain. To do that, South-South cooperation is quite important, because we all who are having shared interest, we have to work together for a common goal. So that is why South-South cooperation is so important. Individually, probably we will not be able to achieve that, even though maybe you are a bigger country, maybe comparatively smaller country, but we have to work together to achieve the common goals in the South-South.
Closing question, what's your message to the Namibian people?
My message to the Namibian people is, Namibian people are blessed with a lot of natural resources. Your tourism industry can be improved a lot, and you have a very bright future ahead with such a fantastic, bright leadership. In the political leadership, you need to develop in your economic arena. That is, you need to cooperate with countries like Sri Lanka. I hope, and I wish all the very best and good luck for the people of Namibia, the government, and Her Excellency. Thank you very much.
High Commissioner, thank you very much and all the best in your endeavor. Well, there you heard it from the High Commissioner from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. I think the metaphor here is that the grass is not always greener on the other side. It is green where you water it. And he says the opportunities here in Namibia, as long as we end up watering them, can end up being very fruitful to the nation. Now, that is actually a message that is significant, and also being honest in terms of what are the areas that have been working in Namibia, talking about the political stability that the country has to offer, and what are the areas that require a little bit more room for improvement, particularly when it comes to the economy. And the economy obviously deals with the resource allocation and the distribution of resources and who benefits from these resources in the country. So he's saying South-to-South cooperation might be the answer that we've been looking for, that the historical relationships traditionally between Global North and South might not be adequate. They might be sufficient but not adequate in terms of ensuring that the economy becomes more broad-based and benefits people throughout the country. I think very insightful perspectives there given by the High Commissioner. Namibia, if you're just joining us this morning, we are presenting the credential ceremony of heads of diplomatic mission here at the State House. And as you can see, we are ready for the next head of commission. There was just the departure from the High Commissioner from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, the Air Chief Marshal Group Rajapaksa, who just left us. I think after his credence, we will now move on to the next country, and the next country would be the Kingdom of Denmark, and they will be represented by ambassador-designate Ms. Karin Poulsen. Now, the relationship with Denmark has obviously been interesting for Namibia as well. As we can tell, the relationship we maintain a cordial and constructive relationship, which is increasingly focused on green development. That obviously includes the recently developed solutions within the renewable energy space and sustainable economic cooperation. Denmark's diplomatic relations, as you're saying, is a kingdom, and the Namibian Defense Forces, in terms of the proceedings this morning, are standing by for the presentation of the hoisting of the Kingdom of Denmark's flag and the presentation of the national anthem from the Kingdom of Denmark. Now, if we continue to understand, the diplomatic relations with Namibia are managed through the Embassy of Denmark, that is in Pretoria, South Africa, with support from the Royal Danish Consulate here in Windhoek. Namibia maintains diplomatic representation through its embassy in Stockholm, that's in Sweden, which is also credited to Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. The bilateral relationship has gained renewed momentum through cooperation in green energy, particularly Namibia's emerging green hydrogen sector. Denmark has shown strong interest in supporting green partnerships linked to renewable energy, climate action, shipping, aviation, and sustainable industrial development. A high-level political engagement has further strengthened relationships, and this was when the Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen visited Namibia in June 2030 as part of a joint European engagement with the then Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Mark Rutte. The visit focused on deepening green and sustainable economic partnerships between the European countries, particularly the Kingdom of Denmark and Namibia. The trade between Namibia and Denmark remains modest but important. Namibia's exports to Denmark include fish products, fish fillets, semiconductor devices, and collector's items. Denmark exports to Namibia include air pumps, heating machinery, dairy products, industrial machinery, and technical equipment. Now, in 2024, according to available trade data, Namibia exports to Denmark around $3.4 million worth of goods. That's, roughly around the $40 to $50 million mark in Namibian dollars, and Denmark exports to Namibia around $10 million worth. That's around $180 million in terms of trade. So there is a trade deficit about $6.2 million between Namibia and the Kingdom of Denmark. The relationship has strong future potential in renewable energy, green hydrogen, maritime industries, and fisheries. Many more industries, obviously, for potential. As you can see on your screens right now, we have the arrival of the ambassador-designate from the Kingdom of Denmark, that is Miss Karin Poulsen. That's been welcomed by the Chief of State House Protocol, that is Ambassador Boni Haifiku. As you know, they will bow once the flag has been hoisted, and the national anthem from the Kingdom of Denmark will be presented by the Defense Forces Band. As you can see, we'll switch over for the presentation of the national anthem as well as the hoisting of the flag, whereafter Ambassador Haifuku will then walk the ambassador-designate through to the banquet hall where the credentials will be presented to the head of state, whereafter a toast will be made and a consultation will be had with the Minister of International Relations and Trade and the head of state. Thereafter, a signing will be made by the ambassador-designate, and then we'll have a brief interview this morning on NBC. Let's cross over for the hoisting of the flag as well as the national anthem. That is Ambassador Boni Haifiku, and she will then be taken to the banquet hall where the credentials will be presented to the head of state as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade. There you have it, Namibia. There is about to be the entry of the ambassador-designate into the banquet hall. You've been seeing the proceedings this morning. I'm sure by now you're getting used to how the official delegations are welcomed into the country by the heads of state and what the protocol process endures. As you know, the welcoming is outside with the hoisting of the flag as well as the presentation of the national anthem, where the Chief of Protocol now has taken the ambassador-designate and they're about to enter the banquet hall, and they will be presenting the credentials to the head of state as well as to the Minister of International Relations and Trade, and there will be an opportunity for a toast to celebrate, I think, the existing relationships between the countries, and in the hope of a positive continued relationship. I think we're ready to cross over to the banquet hall where the head of state, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, is standing by.
Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, I have the honor to introduce Ms. Karen Poulsen, ambassador-designate of the Kingdom of Denmark, to present the letter of the recall of her predecessor and her own letter of credence.
I have the honor and privilege to present to Her Excellency, together with the letters of recall of my predecessor, the letters by which His Majesty the King of Denmark, King Frederik X, requests that I be accredited to the Republic of Namibia as ambassador. His Majesty King Frederik X of Denmark would like to convey his highest esteem to Your Excellency and the people of the Republic of Namibia. With this honor entrusted to me, I aim to sustain and grow the partnership between Denmark and Namibia.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so
And
much,
welcome.
Excellency. Thank you.
Our minister.
Yes, we met yesterday. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. And I also have a team.
Now,
Yes.
I call the head of mission to introduce
Yes.
her staff of the mission.
Rebecca Ramazani, who's our senior political officer at the Embassy of Denmark in Pretoria.
You're welcome. Thank
And
you.
you can see I have an all-women team, like you. I have our Danish honorary consul, Isabel Apje,
Okay.
in prison.
Welcome to State House. I know. I've been seeing you. Thank
Now
you.
I invite the head of mission
Yes.
to have an official photo
Thank
of the
you.
president. With the minister. And the two EDs. The embassy staff must join the official photo. Now I have the honor
Thank you.
to
Thank you so much.
request the
happy
president
that you
to
are here.
propose a
Yes,
toast.
I'm
Us
so
to
happy
work
to be
together.
here. I'm so happy.
Your Excellency, Ambassador, once again, welcome to Namibia. We know that Denmark and Namibia have a long cooperation that is continue to be strengthened, and definitely your presence here will continue to strengthen that cooperation so that the people-to-people conduct of our two countries will continue, and then also in the area of economic cooperation and trade. So therefore, I'm raising a toast
Thank you.
to our long-lasting cooperation and to the good health of His Majesty, the King of Denmark.
Thank you so much.
Now I request the ambassador, head of mission, to respond.
Yes. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the very warm welcome. And on behalf of the Kingdom of Denmark, thanking you for hosting us this beautiful morning. As you say, Denmark and Namibia, we go way back. We've had a long-standing partnership. And even though I'm based in Pretoria, you're only 2 hours away.
That's good. Come often. Come often.
So I will make sure to build on that strong partnership and to deepen it even further. And we know that you have a very strong vision on economic diplomacy. And I have a very serious KPI from my foreign minister that I have to attract more Danish companies
That
to
will
this
be-
region.
that will be
So I
good.
think we have a project together.
We
And I
have
look
to
very
do
much
that.
forward to working on that. And I wish you good health, Madam President. And I wish the people of Namibia a prosperous future.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now I invite the head of mission to join the president for official discussions.
Namibia, if you're joining us, we are here at the State House for the presentation of credential ceremony of heads of diplomatic mission, and 6 heads of mission are going to present today. In according to our program, we're currently busy with the 4th head of mission, that is ambassador-designate of the Kingdom of Denmark, Ms. Karen Poulsen, who was just able to present her credentials to the head of state, and telling her there in a jokingly manner that she's also just got a full female team like the president. And we could hear a little bit of chuckles there in the background as that was being said. As you can see, the proceedings this morning have gone on, and we've just toasted for the existing relationship between the two countries. And currently the head of state is then engaging the incoming ambassador from the Kingdom of Denmark in a bilateral closed-door session, and after which the newly appointed ambassador will come for the signing and possibly write a message to the people of the country. Thereafter, we'll do a brief interview. For those of you who understand the nature of international politics, you understand why today is important, particularly because countries cannot develop in isolation, and having these relationships are important. In our previous interview with the High Commissioner from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, we spoke about the significance of South-to-South relationships and why they are important, particularly in a changing landscape currently. As you can see, there's a lot of activity happening here at the State House, and sometimes we're not able to prevent people moving in front of the cameras. So we apologize for that, but we do continue with our broadcast here. We are waiting the signing and a brief interview with the incoming ambassador. As you know, the trade relationship between Namibia and Denmark has been an ongoing one, and the one that has been based upon a trade relationship that is increasingly moving towards the green energy sector. As you know, the decarbonization agenda, particularly for countries in Europe, is huge, where many of the populations are asking how will they be able to meet their future energy needs, particularly with the idea of addressing the issue of fossil fuels, and that being a large part of how European economies can source energy. We also know the changing relationships with the energy sector, particularly in Europe, and therefore Namibia becoming a very important strategic place because Namibia has abundance in wind and sun. So we have the ability to do both photovoltaic as well as wind turbine energy, and that becoming very important. We saw that obviously with the signing of government agreements with companies like Hyphen, that the government has prioritized a mixed energy model where we're looking at both the renewable sector as well as the development of the upstream oil and gas sector. We've been reading even yesterday greater discoveries even by Shell yesterday in the country, and so we know Total Energies and all of the other majors are in the country, making sure that Namibia becomes key towards resolving the future global needs for energy. And I think the visit from the Prime Minister of Denmark a few years ago, Mette Frederiksen, as well. She was accompanied by the then Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte. Just shows why, I mean, if you're seeing many heads of state coming to visit the country, it becomes important for this global value chain, particularly when it comes to the energy sector. And so I'm hoping that these are the discussions that are definitely taking place right now as the head of state is engaging. We know there's many Danish companies are lead in terms of technology when it comes to particularly the wind turbine and renewable sector. And so it'll be interesting how Namibian companies, when we speak of local content, can leverage through joint ventures, and how these joint ventures can become beneficial to both countries. What countries like Namibia, when it comes to the energy sector, need to ensure is that Namibian skills are developed, Namibian infrastructure is in place to ensure that we're able to meet the standards in the sector, as well as that there's particularly access to financing when it comes to the energy sector. So these are huge discussions when it comes to the green industrialization and the issue of decarbonizing Namibian industries when we're looking at the future of electric vehicles and just how we can position ourselves when it comes to like the hydrogen sector. We saw obviously previously Namibia had engaged countries within the European Union, beyond Denmark, other countries like Belgium as well, to ensure that the diplomatic relationships we're able to leverage some of the deficits that we might be experiencing, whether those might be funding or financing of various companies, or whether it comes to the technical skills when we're looking at, for instance, how many foreigners or expats will we allow to work in Namibia, and how does the knowledge transfer happen, not just at a people-to-people level, but also for technology. So I'm sure there's a lot of discussions that are happening, and that Denmark has a key particular strategic interest in ensuring that Namibia is part of their future energy solution when these countries have decarbonized and then they want access to new fuel sources like hydrogen. And Namibia will then obviously be a key solution within those regards. I'm sure Namibia has a particular interest as well of maybe getting more Danish tourists to the country. We know that their visitors have been coming and have been increasing, and Namibia is becoming more of a global destination. And so it'll be interesting to see how some of those Danish kroner can be spent here in Namibia. We are awaiting the ambassador to get out for signing here at the State House, and then we'll obviously ask what are her priority areas, what is the government, what is the kingdoms of Denmark's priority areas when it comes to engaging Namibia diplomatically, and how do we strengthen, or which areas need to be strengthened. We know that the 8th administration has prioritized the National Development Plan, and key sectors within there have been prioritized, just in terms of what Denmark has done well in, even in terms of agriculture. When it comes to particularly pig farming, Denmark is a huge exporter. And so there's skills, technology, there's financing. There's a lot to leverage on in these relationships. And the country needs a mixed bag of diplomatic relationships. As we spoke about earlier, on South-to-South relationships are trending to be increasingly more important for the future of our national security, but also I think formalizing relationships and friendly relationships with countries like the Kingdom of Denmark are key, not just for market access, but I think for other aspects of a meaningful relationship between the two countries. And as you can see, this engagement with the head of state is taking a little bit longer than the other ones have. Like we're saying, the discussion around the future of energy is not just a national issue. It's not just a regional issue that that is spoken about through some of the protocols that might be happening at a SADC level. But obviously, it's become key and a priority area within the AU, where we know that 70% of African countries are struggling from what they call energy poverty. So how do we bridge this gap? In Namibia, we are obviously looking at industrializing, and with greater industrialization comes with greater energy needs. And so in Namibia, this is us reporting to you live from the State House, and those are the flags of the heads of mission that have presented their credentials to our head of state this morning. We started off with the Federal Republic of Brazil. We moved on to the Dominican Republic. Previously, we did the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. And then we are now awaiting the ambassador from the Kingdom of Denmark. She will be signing soon. And from there, we will then obviously continue to engage on what the priority areas are going to be for her as an ambassador. For those of you who are in the private sector and are wondering about the economic potential of this relationship between Namibia, we have a few indicators based on the 2024 trade statistics that are available to us from the NSA. This indicates that Namibian exports to Denmark were about 3.41 million US dollars. That's what it was worth. And the Danish exports to Namibia were about $9.68 million. So there is a trade deficit between the two countries of about 13 million US. Well, there's a trade total, net total trade, of 13 million, but a trade deficit of about 6.2 million US dollars between the two countries. And like we were saying, this relationship has strong future potential. Number one is the renewable energy sector, particularly focusing on issues around green hydrogen. And obviously, when you're speaking about green hydrogen, there's no getting around it without including the maritime industries. As we know, Namibia has not been whitelisted in terms of the maritime industries under the regime of maritime, and until we are able to rectify some of the issues there structurally. We're looking at issues of sustainable transport. How do we move if something is hydrogen under standardized agreements, investment promotion, fisheries, agriculture, technical skills. These are all areas of cooperation that can take place between the Kingdom of Denmark and the Republic of Namibia. The entire team, as the incoming ambassador was saying, her team is a female team, and meeting the president's team as well. The discussions are taking place. We are waiting for the signing, and thereafter we have two heads of mission that will still be introduced or will still need to be accredited by the head of state. That will be from the Republic of Chad, obviously within the Central African region of the continent. That will be Ambassador Dr. Abdelherem Ahmedai Bakit, who will also be providing his credentials to the head of state, as well as the Kingdom of Sweden, and that will be Miss Anna-Karin Ernestström, ambassador-designate. Those are the two remaining ambassador-designates that will be providing their credentials to the head of state in order to make sure that they can continue with the formalized diplomatic relationships between the countries. But currently, we have the ambassador-designate of the Kingdom of Denmark that is having discussions with the heads of state, as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade, making sure that their agenda under the 8th administration, obviously, they've set themselves a very ambitious agenda by prioritizing the various areas under our National Development Plan 6, and obviously ensuring that the ethos under international, diplomatic relationships, that countries need each other in order to be able to pursue their various agendas. And so the Kingdom of Denmark, right now, the ambassador, again, this embassy is based in Pretoria, but we do have a Royal Danish consulate here in Windhoek that also deals with some of the bilateral issues between the two states. So we are awaiting the signing from Ambassador-designate Karen Poulsen, and then from there we will be doing a brief interview. As we said, we've been speaking with the heads of mission this morning, started with the Brazilian ambassador, really highlighted a key area of interest there being oil and gas between the two countries, but talking about the historical relationship that have been formalized. The Dominican ambassador speaking to us about how tourism sector, they are one of the world leading destinations for tourists. And so what are the lessons that Namibia can learn from a destination like the Dominican Republic? Also potential areas of cooperation being the culture and the creative industries, particularly when it comes to cinema culture, and that's been identified. The Republic of Sri Lanka, talking particularly in the areas of economic development. What can we do by leveraging on our human capital? And I think the High Commissioner is saying that Namibia, presents many opportunities in that area. So we were wondering and to hear from the incoming ambassador from the Kingdom of Denmark. As you can see, she is signing and giving a message to the people of the Republic of Namibia. And from there, we will then be able to not just talk about the historical relationship, but I think more importantly, given the changing geopolitical context of the world, we will look at what can happen. This is the signing from the ambassador, Ms. Karen Paulsen, and we will then be doing an interview with her thereafter. Well, this is an opportunity to engage the newly appointed ambassador from the Kingdom of Denmark. That is Ms. Karen Paulsen. Good morning and welcome to Namibia.
Good morning. Thank you so very much.
Ambassador, talk to us, especially after engaging our head of state. And you both said that you came with your entire female team to meet her entire female team. Talk to us about the significance of female leadership, not just maybe locally but globally at this time.
No, thank you so much for the question. No, I think we are now in 2026 and we need gender equality for sure. And we need it locally and we need it on the global stage. I think Namibia should be very proud that you have a women president and you have a majority of women in government. They don't come that many on this continent and in the world per se. And I'm very proud to have a female team with me because I do believe that we can bring different perspectives to international cooperation and not least peace.
So this different perspective, given obviously what's changing within the geopolitical landscape globally, how does a relationship with Namibia, when we're looking at global north and south, what are you excited about when you're meeting a country and a president like Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah? What can we look forward to in terms of the priority areas?
I think what we share is a belief in multilateralism. If you look at the global scale, multilateralism, international rules-based order, and that we really sit around the negotiating table and we don't go to the battlefield. So I think that is really something that we share, and I think we also share that we need to reform the United Nations. We need to make it more modern and to mirror the present-day world as it looks. So that's also why Denmark at the moment has a seat at the United Nations Security Council, and one of our priority areas is that the United Nations Security Council should actually represent the voices of Africa much better than it does today. So Africa has to be around the table. So I think we share multilateralism and the belief in negotiations and dialogue as a very strong weapon.
We know that Denmark is huge on the decarbonization agenda. Just in closing, why is Namibia important as a partner in ensuring that we change the sources of energy for the future? And we know your Prime Minister's obviously visited a few years ago. How do we build on that existing relationship to make sure that whatever we end up doing in renewable energy space and decarbonization ends up being beneficial to both countries?
Well, thank you for that question. I think Namibia, as any other country at the moment, is a victim of climate change. But I mean, unlike many other polluters, Namibia is a victim of climate change without really having contributed to that climate change. So I think in the case of Namibia, you have such strong, sustainable, renewable energy sources. You have wind in abundance, you have solar, you have hydro, and you also have green hydrogen. And that is exactly why my Prime Minister visited Namibia. And I think green hydrogen is the future. I know Namibia is very strong on the energy mix. You have been very fortunate to locate oil and gas, but it's still with an ambition to stay green as well. So green hydrogen is the future, and I do hope that we can attract Danish companies to assist, but it has to have local content, it has to have value addition. But I do hope that when I go back, that next time I come, can be with Danish companies, because we have a very big stronghold in renewables.
Ambassador, thank you very much, and we wish you all the best in your endeavor.
Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it, Namibia, the new incoming ambassador from the Kingdom of Denmark, talking about the priority areas that particularly have to deal with the energy sector, recognizing there's a mixed energy model in Namibia, but saying that green hydrogen and ensuring that there's a renewable energy source through decarbonization is the way forward. Now, after the interview, you will see that the chief of protocol will be walking the ambassador down, that is Ms. Karen Paulsen, and then they will be departing, and hopefully this will be the start of a strengthened relationship where, as the ambassador was saying, Danish companies can come in and bolster Namibian companies in acquiring more local content when it comes to resolving the world's problems when it comes to climate change and ensuring there's climate action from a bilateral and multilateral perspective. There you see the chief of protocol saying bye to the incoming ambassador, Ms. Karen Paulsen from the Kingdom of Denmark. This is the presentation of credential ceremony of heads of diplomatic mission that's coming to you live from the State House here in the capital of Windhoek. As you saw, those flags that were hoisted are all the heads of mission that have already gotten accreditation. And just to give you a brief recap, that have been the Federal Republic of Brazil, as well as the Dominican Republic, Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Kingdom of Denmark, and currently you can see the Chief of Staff here at the State House, Ambassador Boni Haifiku, who is bringing in ambassador designated from the Republic of Chad, that is Ambassador Abdelkarim Adamaya Bakit. For those of you just joining, Republic of Chad. That is just here at the State House. Ambassador Bonihai Fiku has officially welcomed the ambassador-designate from the Republic of Chad. You also heard the national anthem from Chad that was displayed there, and now they will be entering the banquet hall here to present the credentials to the head of state from Mr. Abdelkarim Adamaya Bakit, the ambassador-designate from the Republic of Chad. Now, Namibia and Chad, very interestingly, have maintained cordial diplomatic relations grounded in African solidarity, multilateral cooperation, and shared membership of the African Union and the United Nations. And as you can hear, many of the African countries are lobbying together to ensure that the nature of how the United Nations is set up is changed, and that it works within the interest of ensuring world peace for all of these members, particularly within the global South context. Both countries cooperate within continental platforms on issues including peace, security, regional stability, sustainable development, as well as African integration. Now, trade between Namibia and Chad remains very limited, largely due to geopolitical distance, transport costs, and different economic structures. And this is part of why I think when the new ambassador comes in, when areas of cooperation are discussed, particularly as they've been led now, they're coming up with the Chief of Staff, Ambassador Bonihai Fiku, as well as Ambassador-designate Abdelkarim Ahmadaye Bakit will be entering the banquet hall, where he will provide the credence. The Chief of Staff, Ambassador Fiku, will announce the arrival of the ambassador, and then will be given a chance to the president, where thereafter there will be a toast. You've seen this happen all morning. This is the fifth head of mission that is presenting the credentials to the head of state, and so we will still have one remaining head of mission that will be coming in afterwards. We will conduct a brief interview that will require a interpreter, as the ambassador is only fluent in French, and therefore we will then ensure that our interview continues. And for now, we will head over to the banquet hall, where the Chief of Staff will be introducing Ambassador Abdelkarim Ahmadaye Bakit to the head of state, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah.
Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, I have the honor to introduce Mr. Abdelkarim Ahmadaye Bakit, Ambassador-designate of the Republic of Chad, to present the letter of his recall of his predecessor and the letter of his credence.
Excellence, Madame la Présidente de la République de Namibie, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter les lettres par lesquelles Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Tchad, le maréchal Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, m'accrédite auprès de vous en qualité d'ambassadeur extraordinaire et plénipotentiaire de la République du Tchad en Namibie.
Thank you.
Merci. Merci, merci, Excellence. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci. Minister.
My sister, bonjour, ça va? Merci. Très bien, très bien.
Now, I request the ambassador to introduce the staff of your
Premier
embassy.
secrétaire, Monsieur Kola Wangnamu. Premier secrétaire.
Thank you.
Now,
Photo.
I ask the ambassador to join the president for the official photo. The minister join the official photo. The EDs. The embassy to join. Now, I request the president to propose a toast.
L'eau,
Water.
water.
Your Excellency, welcome to the Republic of Namibia, and we are looking forward to work with you as a representative of the people of Chad in Namibia, as designated by the President of Chad. And now I'm proposing a toast to the good cooperation between our two countries and our two people, and to the good health of His Excellency, the President of Chad.
Thank you.
Thank
Merci.
you. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Now, I can request the ambassador to
Bien, merci,
respond.
Madame la Présidente de la République de Namibie. C'est avec honneur et fierté que Son Excellence le maréchal Mohamed Debitno m'a chargé de vous transmettre ces salutations fraternelles et amicales. Il ose, dans l'Afrique australe, mener des relations avec votre pays, la Namibie. Vous êtes une dame battante qui ose à faire prévaloir et développer la Namibie. Raison pour laquelle le chef de l'État s'estime en vous.
Merci. Merci. Merci.
Now, I ask the head of mission to join the president for official discussion.
For 5 years.
Namibia, this is the presentation of credentials ceremony of heads of diplomatic mission. As you can see, 6 heads of mission are presenting the credentials to the head of state, and those are the 5 countries, the 4 that have done it already. Right now we have the 5th one, the only African country to present their credentials today. That is from the Republic of Chad. We have Ambassador Abdelkarim Ahmedai Bakit, who has presented his credentials to the president as the ambassador-designate and now is the ambassador. And they are going to have brief discussions with the president. And what's important, and I think significant, is, and we've been asking this question of, we know that the nature of geopolitics globally is shifting. And some people are saying it's important for African countries to build stronger relationships intra-continent. And when we're looking at things like the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we obviously are wondering, how do you implement this in a practical sense? And a lot of that starts with formalized diplomatic relationships that allow for these discussions not just to happen at a multicultural level, but also not multilateral level, but also to allow it to happen at a bilateral level. And so it'll be interesting to see how African countries can strengthen these trade agreements amongst each other. Trade between Namibia and Chad remains obviously very limited, largely due to, like I was saying earlier on, geopolitical distance, but also the historical structure of these relationships. Chad being a francophone country, and Namibia having a history of being a German and as well as a British protectorate. It's very interesting to understand how can we strengthen trade. There is scope to explore cooperation, particularly in mining, tourism, agriculture, livestock, security cooperation, capacity building, and knowledge exchanges. As we know, Chad is a landlocked Central African country with strategic importance in regional peace and security matters, particularly in the Sahel and Central African region. Namibia, as a stable democracy in Southern Africa, continues to support African-led solutions to peace, security, and development challenges. So there is areas for improvement there. For broadcasting, it is important that that we tell you that the trade protocols, when you're private sector, when you're in civil society, how do we enrich, whether it's business-to-business cooperation, whether it is people-to-people. It's important that these diplomatic relationships are further explored. As we have said earlier on, Chad's embassy is based in Pretoria, South Africa, and currently the ambassador obviously is being accredited to represent Chad in Namibia as well. A lot of the times when we're talking about economic development and economic growth, it's the ability for Namibians to do business outside of Namibia as well, and being able to bring a lot of that foreign currency, but expand the footprint of Namibian companies to become multinationals on the continent as well. So I think this is an important relationship because we are a little bit more advanced when it comes to the technological positioning of the country, infrastructure-wise, important as a trade route increasingly. So it's important that Namibian businesses and the country are able to formalize these relationships where we're able to export some of this talent and expertise that we have, whether it's within our mining sector, when we're speaking about local content and the development of Namibian companies. I think there have been progress in that regard. So I think it's a fundamental relationship, the only African country to provide the credentials today, Francophone speaking country. And so in our interview, we will ask for a translator that'll assist us in then engaging the ambassador as well. As you know, with every other head of mission that has been here today, that is welcomed by the chief of protocol, with the hoisting of the national flags and the presentation of the national anthems. The chief of protocol then announces in the banquet hall the arrival of the ambassador-designate, where the ambassador-designate then provides the credence, the credentials, and then gets commissioned as the official ambassador. We've also seen a high commissioner that is in reference to that Sri Lanka being a Commonwealth country as well, and that's the difference in title allocation. When you do come from a Commonwealth country, you're referred to as a high commissioner, and from a non-Commonwealth country, we will then give you the designation of ambassador. So that's what's been happening this morning. We are 5 out of 6 heads of missions that have been given their credentials, and after the engagement with the head of state, the ambassador will then be moving on towards signing and then officially acknowledging their designation as the ambassador from the Republic of Chad to Namibia. Again, with the other countries, we've been able to give you a brief on the trade, whether there's a trade deficit or what the nature of trading is. But currently there is no recorded data of trade between Chad and Namibia. And again, I think when there is a clean slate, it's easier to start these opportunities. But I think it's a prerogative for private sector from the countries to say, how does this relationship enable for trade to transpire between the countries. We have other instruments like the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and so how do we bring that to life? This is the only African country that's providing its credentials today, so that conversation is very important. A few months back, we saw Namibia start, its Africa Continental Free Trade regime by exporting salt into the continent. So how many more of these initiatives can be taken through bilateral initiatives? And so we really want to find out what those areas of focus or areas of prioritization in this trade agreement can be. And so we're just waiting for the ambassador from the Republic of Chad to go ahead and sign it, and thereafter we will bring him here to our set here at the State House to ask where those areas of prioritization are going to be. Ceremony of heads of diplomatic missions here to Namibia. We've had the privilege of interviewing most of the ambassadors and the high commissioners that have been able to give us a sense of the status of the relationship that the Republic of Namibia has with these various countries. As we told you earlier today, we have 6 heads of mission that are giving their credentials to the head of state this morning. Now, within that, we were able to, source some information that might be relevant to the viewers in terms of why do we have these relationships with these various countries. And the one that started, obviously, was the first interview with the Federative Republic of Brazil, where the ambassador was speaking about how Brazil had a key role to play even prior to Namibia's independence. And currently, the energy sector, particularly the oil and gas sector, is a key area of priority given Brazil's Petrobras company that has been able to, secure the upstream, midstream, and downstream model. Our president has obviously ensured that the upstream unit is within the Office of the President, and now with the ambassador coming here, I'm sure that the various allocated ministers within the Office of the President will engage the authority in order to make sure. But I think the biggest thing that we spoke about in terms of our relationship with Brazil has been the naval cooperation that has ensured that, we've professionalized our Navy and gotten the necessary support over the many years since 1994. Many Namibians, over 1,500 Namibians have been trained in Brazil to ensure the effectiveness of our Navy and therefore of our military and therefore of our national security. If we move to the relationship with the Dominican Republic, it is the first time the ambassador has been given the designate to be representing the Dominican Republic here in Namibia. Obviously, the key area as Dominican Republic is known for its tourism sector. That's been key in terms of what we can learn from another developing country. In terms of how they've gone about ensuring such high visits that can obviously affect the livelihoods of the people in that country. I had suggested the culture and the creative industries as a potential area of cooperation, as there has been prior co-production agreements between private sector entities from the two countries, and they've done such a good job that some of their productions in terms of their cinematography culture have even been awarded globally. When it comes to the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, it was spoken about with the High Commissioner how both countries really can improve in terms of their economic relationship, and how there's room for improvement, particularly in areas of expertise when it comes to what Sri Lanka can offer their country. And there is, through their initial engagement, they were able to contact the Namibian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and start relationships there. So it's very important that these actors from the two countries are not just meeting at a public-private relationship, but the public-private relationships are also formed, and private-to-private, so business-to-business relationships. So the High Commissioner is speaking about the potential in that regard. The Kingdom of Denmark, very interesting. The initial recognition with the head of state was, the changing landscape where there is more gender equity when it comes to decision making, particularly at the highest levels, and why that's significant. Not just to say that the historical nature of the inequality, but how Namibia has, taken the precedent in leapfrogging many of the countries in setting new targets and retelling the narrative that it's not just about female leadership, but it's about what our president reminds us of. It's the merit that women have, and sometimes they have the merit, but they don't get recognized. So how do systems recognize those with merit, like in her instance, both at a party level and at the national level as well? So speaking about why the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark was here a few years ago to ensure that the green hydrogen agenda, the green energy agenda, the agenda of decarbonization, while with the understanding that Namibia has chosen a mixed energy model, becomes an imperative for the country. So I think the incoming ambassador really saying that Danish companies have been leading the world in transforming the paradigm when it comes to energy production and decarbonization, particularly how they can, lead to skills transfers, in terms of tech transfers, and in terms of ensuring that there might be even financing opportunities for Namibian companies. She did use the word local content. I think that's important, that an incoming ambassador understands the need for Namibian local companies to then benefit from the value chain within the industrialization and the decarbonization agenda when it comes to the action that's required for climate change. So a very important interview there. And next we're waiting for the signing from the ambassador from the Republic of Chad. And I think the approach here will just be to ask, why is it at this particular time important for African countries to have intra-Africa cooperation, and why it's important for its diplomatic missions to be meeting more and be engaging more, so that Africa has a more unified approach when it comes to the issues that the continent is facing. That will be the ambassador from the Republic of Chad that we'll be engaging. We do have a translator, as the interview will be taking place in French. We will be helped by Mr. Shia Mukongo, who will be helping us interact with the ambassador-designate. That will be Mr. Abdelkarim Ahmedaye Bakit, the ambassador from the Republic of Chad. That's what you can expect this morning as we're coming to you live from the State House here in Windhoek. On your screens are the 5 flags of heads of missions. 4 of them have been accredited already, and we're waiting for the 5th one, who's just been given accreditation for the signing to take place. And from there, we will be interviewing him. They will be moving shortly to the table where the signing takes place, and then an interview, and then we'll be moving on to the last head of mission that will be arriving from the Kingdom of Sweden. And that's an interesting historical relationship that Namibia has had with that country. So Namibia, this morning we've presented to you the incoming ambassadors from the Federative Republic of Brazil. We have presented to you ambassador from the Dominican Republic. We have also engaged the High Commissioner from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. We've spoken to the ambassador from the Kingdom of Denmark. And now we're getting you ready for an interview that will be held in French. We have a translator, Mr. Shia Mukongo, that will help us with the interview. And we will be interviewing the incoming ambassador from the Republic of Chad. That is Mr. Abdelkarim Ahmedaye Bakit. Well, maybe this is the ambassador from the Republic of Chad, Mr. Abdul Karim Ahmedaya Bakit, who is obviously speaking to us today through our translator, Mr. Shia Amukongo. Thank you to Shia for doing this. Our first question, he's the only African ambassador today giving his credentials. Can you tell us why it's important for African countries to meet other African countries, particularly at this time?
Vous êtes le seul pays africain à présenter vos lettres de créance aujourd'hui. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire, en short, pourquoi c'est important qu'il y ait une coopération entre pays africains?
Merci de l'occasion que vous m'offrez ce matin. Tout d'abord, je tiens à vous remercier pour cette interview. Par rapport à la question posée, le Tchad, mon pays, a bien voulu mener une relation diplomatique avec la République sœur de Namibie en Afrique australe. Raison pour laquelle le maréchal du Tchad, son Excellence Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, a mené plusieurs entretiens avec son Excellence Madame la Présidente de Namibie pour que le Tchad et la Namibie puissent renforcer leur coopération dans beaucoup de sens, parce que nous voudrions que de la Namibie prendre des exemples, surtout pourquoi pas ne pas avoir des étudiants tchadiens qui viennent apprendre l'anglais en Namibie, qui est une langue de business, une langue de félicitation, et vice-versa, pourquoi pas le jeune Namibien puisse être également au Tchad en Gemena pour apprendre le français et l'arabe. Parce que chez moi, nous avons deux langues officielles, on a le français et l'arabe. Et nous voudrions partager ce genre de pratique éducative entre la Namibie et le Tchad. Raison pour laquelle, parmi l'Afrique, nous avons choisi l'Afrique australe, nous sommes de l'Afrique centrale, et connaissant cette dame, elle est une dame battante, une dame démocrate, une dame qui a fait de Namibie d'aujourd'hui. Et nous cherchons à nous enquérir de ces expériences pour que le Tchad puisse en tirer également profit.
First and foremost, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Your question is an interesting question. Our two head of state have been communicating to strengthen bilateral relationship between our two countries. We are from Central Africa, and we decided to work hand in hand with a country from Southern Africa, because we have seen what your leader can do. She's a democratic leader, she's a faithful leader, and we want to reinforce cooperation in various areas of cooperation that I will not go in deep now, but I will talk mainly about strengthening cooperation in education. In Chad, we speak Arabic and French. So we invite Namibian students to come to Chad, learn Arabic and French, and Namibian and Chadian to come to Chad to learn French.
Thank you. Just in closing, any message to the Namibian people?
Un message pour le peuple namibien?
Bien, tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier dans l'ensemble le peuple namibien d'un accueil qu'ils nous ont réservé très fraternellement. J'ai trouvé un peuple très quand même poli, un peuple qui cherche à s'émanciper, un peuple qui travaille, un peuple qui a toujours le sens d'accueil fraternel d'un frère africain dans l'Afrique. Je trouve en ce peuple, c'est un peuple franchement africain. Et nous avons dans nos relations africaines accueillir son hôte, c'est notre devenir de toute l'Afrique. Nous sommes très regardants, nous sommes très sentimentalistes en accueillant notre hôte dans notre pays. Nous sommes tous de même origine, nous sommes de l'Afrique et nous sommes chez nous, au Tchad comme en Namibie. Nous sommes chez nous, vous êtes chez vous, au Tchad également.
I want to say that since my arrival, I've been very welcome in Namibia, so I felt at home. I found that Namibians are very polite people, hardworking, welcoming. So ever since my arrival and my delegation, I felt at home. And I want to say and to also invite you to feel at home when you visit Chad.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. Maybe bilateral arrangements. Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, the ambassador is reminding me that he's giving me his business card so that I can actually make my way to Chad. So he's putting his words where his thoughts are to say, I'm not joking around to making sure that Namibians come there and come check it out. But I think it's important. We have 6 heads of mission today. This was the only one from an African country. And at this time, as we're speaking about geopolitical landscapes changing, solidarity on the continent between African countries becomes paramount so that we have the same positions when we are negotiating with countries who have a historical understanding of the country. So as you can see, the ambassador of Chad has been said goodbye to there by the chief of protocol here at the State House, Ambassador Boni Mafiku, who's been doing this all morning with all 5 heads of mission. And I think a very important one, particularly when it comes to the people of the global south, Chad being a country in the Sahel region, telling us why it's important and why the president sent them here so that we can learn from each other and ensure that both the people from both these countries are able to have more dignity in their lives. That was the ambassador from the Republic of Chad, and we'll be moving on to the last but not least final ambassador-designate that will be arriving soon from the Kingdom of Sweden. As you can see there, that is the farewell from the Defense Forces as well, saluting the ambassador as the vehicle is driving away. As we've been doing the entire morning, we will be moving on with the hoisting of the last flag that is from the Kingdom of Sweden. That will be Miss Anna-Karin Erneström is the ambassador there, that will ambassador designate at this point, which will then be welcomed by the Chief of Staff, as we've been doing with all the other countries that have been giving their credentials this morning. There will be the hoisting of the country's flag along with the national anthems, as the Chief of Protocol is making his way to welcome the final head of mission that is coming to get or give their credentials to the head of state, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, as well as the Minister of International Relations and Trade. We'll be welcoming them. They will be doing a toast. And what I've noticed, a focus area in the president's toast is always wishing the incumbent president good health, as anybody, who's got such critical decision making to do, that's the prerequisite. And I think that's a very good wish from the president, our president, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, to all the other presidents through the excellencies that have arrived here. It's an important message also just to the nation that every day we have to ensure that we are a healthy nation before we want to be a wealthy nation. I think very important messaging here in the country. As you know, the Defense Forces are standing by for the hoisting of the flag as well as the presentation from the band on the national anthem. It's such an amazing job to see Namibians that have learned and mastered all the national anthems from all of the countries. They presented the anthem from the Federal Republic of Brazil this morning. We heard the one from the Dominican Republic, from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, from the Kingdom of Denmark, from the Republic of Chad. And yet we are standing by to hear from the Defense Forces as they present the hoisting of the Kingdom of Sweden's flag, as well as the national anthem from the Kingdom of Sweden. Let's cross over. of Staff to do the final announcement and present the ambassador-designate to the President to officially become the Kingdom of Sweden's ambassador to the Republic of Namibia. Let's head over into the banquet hall.
Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, I have the honor to introduce Ms. Anna Karin Anestrom, ambassador-designate of the Kingdom of Sweden.
Your Excellency, I have the honor to present to you the letter of recall of my predecessor and my own letter of credence, by which His Majesty, the King of Sweden, has accredited me as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Namibia.
Thank you. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. The Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now I invite the Ambassador to introduce your staff.
Your Excellency, my deputy, the Minister Counselor of the Embassy of Sweden, Mr. Christian Olsson Sellerud.
Thank you. Welcome to Namibia. Thank you. Thank you.
I invite the Ambassador to join the President for the official photo.
Yes.
I invite the Minister to join the photo. I request the two ADs to join the official photo. The staff of the embassy join. Now I request the President to propose a toast.
Thank you so
Once
much.
again, and
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ambassador, once again, welcome to Namibia. Sweden and Namibia have a long relationship, which continue up to now, to the extent that there are some cities that have twin cities in Sweden. So therefore, your work here is to build on that cooperation. And we know that we'd like to see that our cooperation is elevated to a high level, particularly on the economic cooperation. So therefore, as I welcome you, I'm proposing a toast to the strengthening of this cooperation between our two countries and our two people, and to the good health of His Majesty the King of Sweden.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ambassador, you have the...
Your Excellency, may I propose a toast to the friendship of our two nations, born out of solidarity, strengthened by cooperation, and matured into a very strong partnership. And Excellency, I agree very much with you that I see several areas where we can strengthen our already strong partnership.
Thank you. Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah,
Cheers.
I toast with the,
Cheers. Cheers.
the Ambassador.
Thank you.
Well, maybe thank you so much. Thank you.
Now,
Thank you so
I
much.
invite the Ambassador to join the President for the official discussion.
Thank you.
Ambassador.
Yes.
Well, there you have it, Namibia. They are the 6 flags of the heads of missions that have been given the credence and commissioned as official ambassadors and high commissioners by our head of state this morning. As you know, the final accreditation or the credence was then just presented by the ambassador from the Kingdom of Sweden. Now, I have tried this morning to kind of give a little bit of a historical analysis or capture of the various dynamic relationships that Namibia has had with the various countries that have presented the ambassadors here today. Now, Namibia, particularly when it comes to Sweden, shares a historic relationship dating back to Namibia's liberation struggle. Now, Sweden was one of the strongest international supporters of Namibia's struggle for freedom and self-determination, providing political, humanitarian, and development support. After independence, the relationship evolved into formal diplomatic and development cooperation. Sweden's cooperation with Namibia focused on democracy, human rights, gender equality, environmental sustainability, climate resilience, and social development. Now, Sweden's bilateral development cooperation with Namibia was gradually phased out after 2013 in line with Sweden's broader development policy changes. However, this does not end the cooperation between the two countries. In fact, the relationship has since shifted towards trade, investment, tourism, political dialogue, multilateral cooperation, and partnerships based on mutual interest. Namibia is represented in Sweden through its embassy of the Republic of Namibia in Stockholm, which is also accredited to Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. Sweden is represented in Namibia through its embassy in Pretoria, South Africa, and through the Swedish honorary consulate here in Windhoek. Current and future areas of cooperation include renewable energy, environmental protection, trade facilitation, standards development, mining, information technology, transport, logistics, tourism, gender equality, and democratic governance. Now, Sweden and Namibia also continue to cooperate through the European Union framework, including the trade-related technical support linked to Namibia's access to the European market. So a significant relationship for Namibia when it comes not just to the historical nature, but again, to the future. And as you know, the biggest agenda, particularly for countries like Denmark, the Kingdom of Denmark, like the Kingdom of Sweden, the decarbonization agenda is a priority. And therefore, you saw a lot more European leaders in the past years, and I'm talking about princes or kings and prime ministers, making their way from the global north to Namibia, making Namibians wonder how important we are for the future solution when it comes to the energy deficit for the world, particularly when it comes to the just transition from fossil fuels to renewable energies. Now, as you know, Namibia has adopted a mixed energy model. That means that the country will continue to utilize all of the energy sources and ensure that the mixture is not just meeting the current energy needs in terms of the fossil fuels and what that means for industrialization, but can also meet future energy needs in the transition from the two systems. So it's a very important relationships that we need to develop. A lot of investment currently when we're looking at renewable sources like hydrogen, a lot of that investment is coming through provisions that are made by these governments and then that are then further catered to by their financial institutions. So we're not just looking at the possibility of potential financing in terms of foreign direct investment that is coming from countries like Sweden, like Denmark. We're also looking at how do we looking at countries like Norway with the Sovereign Wealth Fund and position ourselves directly to ensure that the people of Namibia are able to benefit from the resources of the country. And how does Namibia then also position itself with the photovoltaic potential, with the wind energy potential, with the hydrogen potential as alternative sources as a country that will then look at future energy needs and say the world, both the sun and the wind, and what we do with that, through proposed extension of infrastructure, port infrastructure. We're looking at other energy sources, off-the-grid solutions. So, the dynamic, I think, when it comes to how do we leverage off existing sciences, existing technologies, how do we ensure, like the ambassador from the Kingdom of Denmark had said, that local content, which means local participation, how Namibian companies participate in this global value chain. These are all imperative conversations to have on behalf of the country, and engaging the ambassador from a country like the Kingdom of Sweden is imperative for ensuring that we are strategically positioned to leverage Namibia's resources in this, I think, increasingly important space of decarbonization and alternative energy sources. So we're just hoping right now, as you know, after the president sends the toast or makes the toast towards this relationship, and also wishes, you know, the incumbent heads of state in the country's health, they go into a post discussion with the head of state and the minister, which we will also have the privilege of interviewing after we have interviewed all 6 heads of mission. We were giving you a brief analysis of some of the discussions that were taking place this morning with the ambassadors, all of them very excited and are very conscious of the various factors that are at play, not just from the, the geopolitical paradigm shifts that are taking place, but also we're talking to the ambassador from the Republic of Chad, who was talking to us about why Africa to Africa bilateral agreements are important, because given the historical architecture of our relationships with former colonizers or colonies, or means that a lot of African countries prioritize trading with the global north and not the prioritization of south to south bilateral agreements, which was also emphasized from the High Commissioner from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, saying that it is important that countries that find themselves a lot of the times on the periphery of global power structures are able to come together and form alliances like they did prior to our independence, that are able to deal with not just the political inadequacies that some of the countries might be facing, but to deal with the economic ones, because those really address the needs of the people. And so I'm sure that our head of state has a lot to say in terms of her agenda under the 8th administration, and how cooperation, and particularly international cooperation, both at a multilateral as well as at a bilateral, are important to achieving some of the ambitious goals that have been set by the president in the national development plans, both 6, but also the fact and the reality that during her term we will be moving towards Vision 2030. And so when we look at the last few years up until Vision 20, it'll be this incumbent or this in-sitting president that will have to account to the nation to say, Namibia, when it comes to our economy, when it comes to our social development, has been able to make the following strides. So I think she's taking this agenda very seriously, and we are just waiting for the final signing of the newly inaugurated ambassador from the Kingdom of Sweden, that is Anna Karin Erneström, to come and have a discussion with us here. We're waiting for that to happen.
Shakalaka
have in Namibia. Those are the flags of the heads of mission that were hoisted here today because they needed to be commissioned in terms of their credentials, be acknowledged by our head of state as official representatives that have been sent by their heads of state to represent their countries. As we've mentioned throughout the program this morning, some of the embassies, if we have to look at this list, that are stationed are in Namibia. The other ones are representative from Pretoria. But I think the biggest message is when we are thinking about what type of partnerships and how do we expand market access and issues that regard the agenda of the 8th administration. These are potential markets, these are potential communities, these are potential people to build relationships with. And so I think we were able to, for instance, look at the case of Brazil, the Federal Republic of Brazil, and the ambassador talking to us about how Brazil is significant, not just within the historical relationship where he was saying that the Brazilian population is mostly a second most amount of Afro descendants outside of Nigeria. So obviously there's a lot in terms of cultural connections that need to be made there, but also the most, I think, important area of partnership for Brazil and the Federal Republic would be the issue of oil and gas. We obviously had the privilege of talking to the ambassador as well as the one from the Dominican Republic that says best practices, particularly when it comes to the tourism industry, can be learned from there. A small country like the Dominican Republic that is next to a place like the Republic of Haiti is important because it's able to attract many people from the world, and that's the way that they are able to build economies, particularly for small businesses in their country. We also had the privilege of speaking to the High Commissioner from the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. That was Air Chief Marshal Guru Rajapaksa, who's retired, and he was talking to us about the need, since we've overcome the political imperialism, the need for us now to ensure economic emancipation and ensure that our countries are collaborating and providing opportunities for each other when it comes to this issue of economic collaboration and development. So I think very strong messages when it comes to why Namibia is partnering up with countries in Latin America like Brazil. Why are we talking to a Central America country like a Dominican Republic, and now we're engaging with a country in the subcontinent in Asia. And then we obviously had the privilege of speaking to the ambassador from the Kingdom of Denmark, Ms. Karen Poulsen, and beyond the gender equality that she acknowledged that Namibia has achieved, not just at the presidency level, but also within parliament, so the various branches of the government, and achieving all of that. She spoke about the need for Namibia in terms of its alignment to future global energy needs, and why the Prime Minister was here from Denmark a few years ago, and where they want to position Danish companies that have the necessary expertise, and how we can actually lead to some kind of technological transfer, but also financing opportunities from the Danish side here. We then obviously had a recap with the incumbent ambassador from the Republic of Chad. That embassy is also positioned in Pretoria. But I think the importance here is the significance of a Pan-African approach where the instruments are being given more like the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. How does it actually affect the people of the country? And the ambassador, they're just reinforcing why there is a need for African countries, particularly when it comes to cultural issues of even languages. If there are more Namibians that want to trade with Francophone countries, Chad is a place where we can go, not just to learn French, but also Arabic is one of the things that was being said. And so I think there's various lessons that are being taught here by the ambassadors for those of you that might be interested in trading or in creating political or social connections with the people or the state or the private sector from these countries. We are waiting for the ambassador-designate from the Kingdom of Sweden, who has now officially become the ambassador to Namibia, Ms. Anna-Karin Erneström, to finish with the negotiations, or I think post discussions with the head of state. From there, she'll be led towards the signing, and from there we will then have an interview with her. And we really want to know, given the long support that Namibia has gotten from Sweden, it waned for a little bit. Are we ready to see an elevated status in the relationship between the Kingdom of Sweden and the Republic of Namibia? As you can see, the ambassador is now signing, and from there we'll be awaiting her here for the interview with us here at the NBC. as you know, we're sitting down with the recently accredited ambassador from the Kingdom of Sweden, Ms. Anna-Karin Erneström. Morning and welcome to Namibia.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here.
Obviously, as we know, Namibia, the Republic of Namibia and the Kingdom of Sweden have a very long-standing relationship. A lot of activities before independence, and in 2013, some of those activities, decreased. So, given the fact that decarbonization and the green energy is back on the table, are we going to be seeing a lot more bilateral relationships and agreements between Namibia and Sweden? Where do we stand?
Thank you so much for that question. And I just want to say first that we have very long and strong relationship between Sweden and Namibia, as you mentioned. And I think a relationship sort of goes into different stages. And I think we are now in a stage where there is a very strong mutual partnership between the two countries. And as you mentioned, we have discussed also with Her Excellency the President on the climate change and the way that Swedish companies can work and invest when it comes to green transition and innovation and digitalization, all these areas that are important for the climate change, which I think are very much affecting all of us. But maybe in particular the African continent.
That's very interesting when you're talking about obviously decarbonization and how these joint ventures or what type of models that you could be using to ensure that we can leverage off each other's strengths. Where are those areas of strengths? Where are those areas of cooperation? You obviously spoken about renewable energy. Is it limited to that?
I think that there are several areas. I mean, this is a country of a lot of sun, a lot of wind. So I think these are areas where we are already seeing Swedish support to solar, and I think that there are several other areas where you can look into the renewable. But I think digitalization is another area which you need to have. I mean, we are going into a digital phase, a digital future. Everything will be digital. So, and we are very strong when it comes to digitalization. So I think that the combination of the sort of transition, climate change, climate smart solutions. Water is another one. Waste is another one. In Sweden we're actually using waste to warm up houses. So I think that there are a lot of smart solutions that we can work together. I don't want to sort of say too much, but Sweden is one of the most innovative countries in the world. So it's,
I mean, besides, the Swedish music that I'm particularly interested in the creative industries, I think also the establishment of the global management system around water. Maybe speak to us about why that's important and how that can change the landscape for Namibia. We've got 2 deserts, part of water futures might not be determined. Why did a country like Sweden make such a critical decision to move the headquarters to Namibia?
I think it's important that we have headquarters in the global south. I mean, of course, we are surrounded by water. So are you, have a long coast. So the water management is, of course, very important. Someone says that water in the future, we already see that today. Those that have it, those that have not. So apparently we need to work with water management. And I think it's very good that we have a headquarter in a country in the global south that is also working so much on these issues.
Ambassador, closing words. What's your message to the Namibian people now that you've met our president and you're accredited as the ambassador from the Kingdom of Sweden?
No, I am very much looking forward to strengthening the relationship, not only between the governments, but also between the two people of Sweden and Namibia. And I'm very happy to be here. It's a beautiful country, and I'm happy to come back here both as a professional ambassador and as a tourist.
Okay. And what's the message you're taking back to Denmark? To the Kingdom of Sweden.
I'm taking back that historical relations really matter, and they need to develop and evolve into something that is strong partnership, and that we will continue to strengthen.
Tack.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Well, maybe there you have it. That is Miss Anna-Karin Erneström, the ambassador from the Kingdom of Sweden, talking about the historical relationship that Namibia and Sweden have had, but also identifying the future needs, the future areas of cooperation, and speaking largely to natural resources, not just to water, but also to wind and our photovoltaic power that we have as Namibia is key towards the future solutions of the world when it comes to the decarbonization agenda. And we want to use more renewables and more hydrogen. And Namibia is the solution for the world in that regard. And she's speaking to us about that. We will be concluding this morning's missions with an interview with our Minister of International Relations and Trade. And we'll be back with her in a second. As you can see, the Chief of Protocol is walking the current ambassador from the Kingdom of Sweden for her farewell out of the way. There you can see they're about to depart, and as you've seen, we have accredited 6 heads of missions here at the State House in the capital of Windhoek this morning. Just to give you a review, that is the final ambassador that's departing from the Kingdom of Sweden. They've all been accredited by our head of state, and she was accompanied by our Minister of International Relations and Trade, who we will be doing an interview with shortly. You can see that the NDF are also then saying farewell. This is part, obviously, of the state protocol that has been taking place this morning. Well, to finish this morning's program, I'm joined by the Minister of International Relations and Trade, Masama Ashipala Musavi. Good afternoon by this point, Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon. Nice seeing you.
Very good to see you.
It's been a while.
You've been very busy.
We are all busy.
We are all busy.
Yeah.
Please talk to us about, I think, just the 8th administration has a very particular goal when you're talking about, the SWAPO Party manifesto as well as NDP 6. How do these relationships and the inauguration this morning end up being fuel for that dream that the 8th administration has?
Okay. I think, first of all, let me really thank you and commend NBC, the entire team, for this very program. I think it's the first time that I'm seeing you interviewing ambassadors who have been recently accredited. It serves two purposes. You are also in the process educating the public about what we are doing in the sector of international relations. In terms of the 5 ambassadors, these are countries with whom Namibia have historic relationship. The relationships are not new. So what they came to do is basically to renew our relationship, because before you function in a country, you have to present your letters of credence. What we are trying to do on the whole is really to put economic content in our bilateral relations that speak to the 7 national priorities. They present their letters to the president. After that, they retire to have an intimate conversation, and what we are trying to do is to impress upon them the priorities of the 8th administration as spelled out in the SWAPO election manifesto. So we are very optimistic because we discuss a lot of issues ranging from the enablers, but also in terms of where do we see ourselves as a country in the next 5 years.
Honorable, I think it's a very great quest in terms of joining the Ministry of International Relations and Trade.
Yeah.
Tell us what's been working in that space, particularly in the bilateral context or in the multilateral context, and what's sort of been working so well? What do we need to improve on?
Yeah. Merging trade with international relations is a growing trend. But what has been working for us is that we are no longer talking about generalities. We are really talking about specific. If we are talking about energy, we are saying, what energy are we looking at? Which country is a leader, whether it's in solar, in oil and gas, and all that. So it has really helped us to focus, but again, speaking to the 7 national priorities as well as the enablers.
And so what can we expect? From instance, we heard from the Brazilian ambassador this morning, and was very proud to speak about not just the historically significant relationship, but how Brazil has a state-owned enterprise like Petrobras that we can leverage off a lot from. So how does it make sense to the public out there so that these engagements are not just symbolic, but they end up being meaningful, whether it's for the private sector, whether it's for the public sector? How do we ensure that they say Namibia's got great policies, great initiatives, but how does that turn into reducing unemployment, reducing inequality? How do you leverage off these relationships?
Brazil is not new in the area of oil and gas. So we can draw lessons from Brazil. In fact, Petrobras was already in Namibia 2 months ago. The foreign minister was also here. We had very good discussion, and we were also joined by the sector ministries. So we want to leverage our resources against their experience to make sure that we do not reinvent the wheel and we avoid some of the pitfalls that they have experienced. And that's why, if you have realized, we've been benchmarking mostly with countries of the global south, because we are at the same level of development, and that what we want to do is that as they are coming to explore their participation in their sector, we can also make use and take advantage of the political relations that we have between our two countries. But quickly on Brazil, we have long-standing relationship with Brazil since independence. What we now want to do is to expand. We want to go into agriculture, especially. And then Brazil today, what they have also shared with us, in fact, what they are doing is already looking to what other areas can we cooperate in terms of oil and gas. They've got a training academy, and they've invited our young people to go there. So that is a concrete example of cooperation in that sector.
Obviously, the level of cooperation, it varies.
Yeah.
Based on each country.
Yeah.
Some of the trade variables like Dominican Republic or Sri Lanka, where there's limited or no trade, how do you kind of give a catalyst? How can you catalyze those relationships?
You know, every country has something to offer. Dominican Republic, for example, their strength is in tourism. They've informed that this last year alone, 11 million tourists visited the Dominican Republic. So there's something to learn from the Dominican Republic. Sri Lanka is a coastal state like Namibia, so that's the area where we want to cooperate with them, but also exposing our SMEs to other SMEs in the global south, because the exposure is very important. When you visit other countries in the global south, whatever you get, you now come here and adapt it to your own conditions.
Closing words, maybe just to the nation, whether you're a Namibian citizen, whether you're in the private sector, whether you're in civil society, why is it important that they leverage off these relationships as we move forward and consolidating them?
It's important because I always say there is no country in this world who can do it alone. No country is too big to go it alone, and none is too small to make a contribution to international cooperation, because that is really what it is all about. We can all learn from one another because we are interdependent.
Ambassador
Yeah,
Ambassador Ashipala Musavi, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank
and it's
you.
really good to see you in the country, outside the country, everywhere, negotiating on our behalf.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you so much, NBC.
Thank you, Namibia. There you have it. Well, as the minister said, that if you want to go far, you want to go with other countries. And this morning, I hope that we have a deeper understanding of the significance of bilateral and also multilateral arrangements, that this morning the president gave credit to the ambassadors that are coming in. And hopefully, maybe these will turn into tangible outcomes like the one that we're just giving an example with the Federal Republic of Brazil. From myself, Patrick Sam, and the entire NBC team coming to you live from the State House. Until next time, it's a goodbye.
This is NBC One. It's ours.